Hell yeah, I'm pumped about that, Christy. I'm gonna try to do a full breakdown of the Dr. Phil coverage, but because it's Dr. Phil, I might have to do an edited breakdown, like film it and then roll live with that shit.
Right.
Just because of how, it's Dr. Phil. He'll copyright strike that ass. He ain't like Aunt Molly, dude. Aunt Molly's cool. Welcome, everybody. It's the Tattered Map. We're at the intro section of the show, where I load special guests some CBD and we get settled in. You know what I'm saying? But the preface.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know how to tell a straightforward story, but man, I've been studying on. This is the first story that got me involved in conspiracy theories, and like I was saying earlier, I learned stuff about it at 10:30 last night, a lot, while preparing for it, because more and more things keep coming out, related to like the history of the government's involvement in things like mind control.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, this is the story of the tinfoil hat. This is where the tinfoil hat comes from.
This is the origin of the tinfoil hat. Gotcha. The actual of it being we'll find out here in just a second. To run people through what we've learned so far, we've learned an incredible amount of what we know for sure the government did, really building up to 1920s on.
Yeah.
When it comes to how to control the population.
Yeah, they started as early as they possibly could, with a whole lot of it really kicking into high speed in the 50s, like starting around 1950.
So to remind any viewers out there, that's the theme of the show. That's what we're catching up on, and we're talking about notable characters in the history of controlling the population. This is kind of the theme of the program.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and not just that. There's different reasons they might, but at the end of the day, I think those people who felt that they were in control of Western society in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, they had spent the entire time studying the field of cybernetics. And when we hear that word, we think robot arms.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We think a phone jack in our head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
cyberpunk shit.
But cybernetics is the study of how the mind interfaces with machines, and not in a physical sense, but the overall study of it, and how machines alter us, and how they will in many ways become part of us. And I think anybody, plenty of cyborgs.
Yeah.
Like anybody who wears contact lenses is wearing a simple machine that is now functionally a part of their eye. It's within
it's in a symbiosis with your biology, because your eye fluid helps keep it attached and part of you.
So in the definition most people are using, but that I think would be better used as bionics, right? In this case, it's how our actual mind interfaces. Now, there was a famous book called Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. And it is basically the book that everybody rewrites for self-help manuals using different language. I'm okay, you're okay. It's based on like all of the famous self-help manuals.
Yeah.
How to Win Friends and Influence People. They are all functionally based on psychocybernetics as a book. Now, the reason this got so big is that feedback systems and electronic systems had gotten so important to defense for things like automatic radar tracking and automatic gunning. These are based on computers.
Yeah.
But when I say computers, you're thinking about the computer or your phone or something. That is known as a von Neumann computer. It has a digital processor, operating memory, and storage, all three discrete things.
Yeah.
These computers would be more like what you might call an analog computer,
Okay.
right? So they operate on like voltages interplaying, and the very design sorts and organizes. They can be made mechanically. One of the earliest ones was called the autocorrelator, right? Like they're a computer, but they're a different type of computer.
I see why it's
why
you would refer to it as an analog computer.
Well, like to program it, you are changing hardware.
Yeah, and data storage is your problem.
Yeah, there's not really. It may output in a physical sense with no memory
But
or output.
storage is your problem.
Yeah, it might just punch it onto a fucking paper read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna. Okay, gotcha.
But these were
wrong.
also used in other stuff.
Okay. I'm particularly fascinated again for everybody that's all the murkies that are filing in. We have a name pulled up on the starting screen here. If you're listening, we have a name pulled up. The name is Leonard Kille.
Yes, I thought it was Kille for a decade, but apparently it is pronounced Kyle.
Well, on that note, let's do this. Let's kick this sucker over. Fuck it. Let's do it live. Okay. Hello,
Okay.
everybody. Welcome to the Tattered Map. I'm Murk. This is a special guest.
Leonard Kille. You know what a Polaroid camera is?
Yes.
Like the classic.
Yes. It's the one you gotta. Some people say shake it. Some people say set it down. It depends on who your auntie is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or if you're an outcast.
Or if you, yeah.
Now, it was invented by a man named Edwin Land. He demanded everyone always call him Dr. Edwin Land. Everyone did. He never had a doctorate. Everyone but the New York Times, they refused to for some reason. Edwin Land became the first head of MIT.
Okay. First head of MIT.
Yes.
It's like an establishing member of MIT.
Yes, of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He was
Wow.
the head. He founded a CIA-associated group called the Scientific Engineering Institute, we'll get to later.
Just a real quick side, man. MIT and Boston Dynamics make some of the scariest robotics I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Oh, my man. That gets to it.
Okay.
You know those Boston Dynamics things? You can look in the Discord in the conspiracy channel, and I posted a link to to a big autonomous truck from 1965. It's a four-legged giant truck that they deployed in Vietnam that was steered by force feedback by a guy. Apparently, it required so much energy to steer it physically that they were constantly having to change out drivers.
Whoa.
Yeah, there was a news report on it in the 60s. I want to say not Mike Wallace. Who was it? I'll have to look it up who covered it. I just found this out last night.
We were using like fucking RoboCop shit in
You
Vietnam.
can look it up,
Whoa.
man. It's called, you can look up the wiki for a walking truck, and they've got a picture of this thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Good Lord.
So, and that's an example of an attempt of cybernetic integration for them. They weren't steering it; they actually like walked on it. It's like a walking mech, right? Developed, I believe, by the Scientific Engineering Institute. But Edwin Land, right? Developed the Polaroid camera. Worked on the U-2 spy plane. Big guy who worked with the CIA on a lot of our secret projects, right?
Yeah.
And at one point, he hires Edwin Land to the point that Edwin Land defines the Land camera, aka not Edwin Land. He hires Leonard Kille to the point that Kille makes so many refinements to the Land camera and gets so many patents on it that he is described as a co-inventor of the modern Land camera.
Oh shit. Okay.
Right?
Fucking A.
He had an
Right.
astounding amount of patents. Kille did. But so did Land has the third most patents in U.S. history.
Good Lord.
Or did. I don't know if he still did, but and not only that, he only wanted to be known for his scientific achievements. So when he died, he made sure that all of his diaries were shredded and personal effects. It took 3 days.
Whoa.
Okay, so this is, just so you know, this is the guy he was working with. Now let's get to Mr. Leonard Kille. I always want to say Kille.
It's hard not to with a name spelt like that.
Right?
Kille.
Right?
Leonard.
Leonard Kille. He was born June 7th.
Oh, yeah, sorry. This setup is kind of restrictive.
Let's get this stuff over here just so I can do this. All right, he's born June 7th. I had to get a lot of notes for this guy, so I'm going to be working off notes a lot today. Born June 7th, perfectly healthy. His dad works in the army. His dad's abusive and alcoholic. They end up moving a fair amount. Now, this is during the 30s, you know. It's the Great Depression. These are rough times for anyone to grow up during.
Yeah.
He ends up...
Tough times. People are putting mayonnaise on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Yeah.
Special guest is grandmother.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. At this point, my grandmother's like 18. So I've got some psychological notes in the background because this is important about the development of the understanding of psychology that's congruent with this and the story, and why by the time they start cutting up this astoundingly important engineer's brain while he's alive, and I don't just mean...
You're talking about Leonard Kille. They're cutting up Leonard Kille.
Yeah, they're cutting up Leonard Kille's brain while he's alive to implant electrodes to alter his behavior.
Yeah.
Right? Nominally because he's having violent outbursts. Now, this is the overall, this is what happens.
The justification is he's having violent
outbursts. If you want to know why to stick around, this is like when they talk about the CIA put a chip in my brain, they were doing that. They weren't just doing it. They seem to have created an entire media atmosphere to discredit the idea at the same time they were doing it. So around the same time...
Oh, real quick, I want to clear up in the chat. They're wondering, they have no clue who we're talking about. They say Leonard Kille. Debbie says Leonard Kille is a serial killer, but I don't, that's no.
There may be a serial killer named Leonard Kille, but it's not the guy we're talking about.
No, we were talking about specifically he was an engineer.
Yeah, he was an engineer who worked within the Defense Intelligence Complex for a while until basically right in line with the MK Ultra program, where they were trying to figure out how to compartmentalize secret information and how to erase secret information from people's minds after they were no longer relevant to secret projects. He became a guinea pig.
Just to summarize, for just, again, just to answer the question, Leonard Kille is an establishing member of MIT, yes?
No, not Leonard Kille. Like Edwin Land, the man who he worked with on the Polaroid camera and was co-inventor of the Polaroid camera.
Leonard Kille was just he was in Massachusetts when this happened. Right?
Almost certainly what Leonard Kille ended up doing was working on the U-2.
Oh.
See, he wanted to be an engineer. His family sent him to a boarding school. Well, this boarding school that comes out later is known for priest abuse.
Oh.
Right? This figures in later.
Whoa.
So when he gets out, he wants to be an engineer, goes to high school, drops out shortly thereafter, can't take it. Joins the Air Force. What does he end up becoming? Secret radar operator in Alaska.
Whoa, secret?
Now, during the same time period... Oh, yeah.
So, that's right, because radar's secret.
All our radar technology is the highest classified stuff we've got at this point in the early 50s. During the same time period, as I understand it, that both Kerry Thornley, who we talked about, of the Discordian fame, and his friend, Oswald, were also stationed as secret radar operators. Now, this seems to indicate to me a bit of a pattern of them utilizing people who were used as technicians within secret things, but not particularly high up. The types of folks they had to teach secret information to, but weren't astoundingly valuable, who were functionally technicians.
Okay, gotcha.
Right?
So, so he's just he's a high security clearance technician.
Right, he's exactly.
Yeah, and again, just to catch everybody up, we're running through his life. We went through 1933, 1934, Great Depression.
Yeah, no. Well, he's gone through the Depression. He's entered into a boarding school.
It's known for priest abuse.
Yeah. a church-run boarding school they called it orphan asylum. His mother's employed full-time, his dad's nowhere to be seen.
Okay. Shit.
Right? So, 14, he graduates, returns to Cambridge, attends Ridge Technical High School trying to become an engineer, but he drops out at 16 years, 3 months, so 2.5 years later, joins the Air Force. During that time, he's a radar operator. Now, in the last few years, thousands of lobotomies have been happening.
Whoa.
Lobotomy is a new scientific technology at this point, and we'll do a whole show on lobotomies at some point. I wanted to work it within this because it's relevant, but that is enough subject matter for its own couple of hours.
Gotcha.
So just know in the background that lobotomy has become something that has swept the nation over the course of this short amount of time, of the late 40s, early 50s. And they get a ton of information on transorbital lobotomies and how to utilize lobotomy. This is relevant because the CIA was looking at lobotomies as a way to maybe, if you had somebody like this and you had to do something about them, at least they got to live.
Gotcha.
Which sounds like a nightmare, but that's the type of choices they apparently thought.
That's the level of decision making we're making here. Is the body state? It's the same kind of policy that it's the same kind of terminology we're hearing when people talk about hosts.
So now, 2 things happened in 1950. One, we go to war in Korea. Anybody who knows about Korea knows this begins the legend of mind control in the American mythos.
Really?
Because we had so many people POWs who signed all these confessions and said that they'd been involved in secret programs. And here's the thing. Maybe a lot of them had been involved in secret programs. It's something we're learning now. You know, maybe some of those confessions were real. But it was weaponized into, they've got mind control. The Chinese and Russians have mind control. We've got to study mind. And there were show trials and all of this stuff. It became a known thing. The Manchurian Candidate comes out, 12 years later.
Oh shit! Okay.
But so he's serving during the Korean War, and 51 he turns 18, serving as a ballistic missile defense radar monitor at a remote and isolated northerly early warning outpost. So that's either going to be in Alaska or somewhere in the Pacific,
South Pacific.
Yeah, South Pacific.
Pacific Southwest, right?
Yeah, I was like, what?
It's like, shit.
Yeah.
No.
But he starts to having basically symptoms congruent with peptic ulcer, and they muster him out.
Okay, shit. Okay, so gotcha.
Right? So he gets back November 11th, elopes with his girlfriend. He's 18, she's 17. They immediately start popping out kids. He has like 5 kids.
Yeah.
Right?
Real quick, while we have a breath from you, while you're scrolling down, we're at Studio Lux, so we got to take time to hype up Lux and how beautiful she looks for work. Lux is in work outfit and it's adorable. And I got to give you one of these.
Oh.
And I got to give you one of these. We're doing a long form cast today, baby. We got to celebrate. This is the 8th hour of the Tattered Map right now. We are about to reach the half hour of the 8th hour of the Tattered Map. But today, I want to exponentially grow the amount of time that people can listen to the Tattered Map.
Yeah, we're probably going to be on for a while today. This is a log story, and it's got a lot of log implications.
Yes, I want to really take our time with it, too, and also take time to address any questions in the chat as to what the fuck we talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Because I hope some new Murkies roll in.
Well, let's see. Christy, you said ice pick. No, thank you. And that's so crazy because they literally did move to doing an ice pick lobotomy. I can't think of the guy who functionally invented the ice pick lobotomy, but he traveled around the country in a camper van and gave like 4,000 lobotomies for $25 a pop. People were just getting their wives lobotomized for postnatal depression. Like, that was not an unknown thing at all. I think totally they say that they estimate 40 to 50,000 lobotomies were given out, including JFK's youngest sister. It was it's something that, since I first even heard of the concept, has terrified me. I think because it reminds me of a terrifying scene from the movie The Dark Crystal.
Oh, God.
One of those early traumas.
Dark Crystal's one of those films that just
Frank Oz says, "Hey kid, want to sleep? You're never sleeping again." So he's out. He's married. He gets work as a draftsman at Polaroid. I believe let me check. Let me make sure.
So it's a sick engineer job.
Okay, so
engineer job.
In 1953, Lawrence Weisenkrantz shows that symptoms comparable to those of Kluver-Bucy syndrome occur in monkeys after bilateral brain lesions limited to the amygdala. What that means is when they cut up after they put lesions into a monkey's amygdala, your fear gland, hypersimplifying there, it's a very complex gland, that it made them tame and also exude polymorphous perverse hypersexuality, but excluded the visual symptoms, aka they could still see. In non-human primates living under more or less standard lab conditions, i.e. individually housed in small cages, Paul MacLean and Jose Delgado, remember the name Jose Delgado, observed complex, contingent, and context-dependent mental and behavioral effects of electrical brain stimulation delivered to various limbic loci via chronically implanted electrodes. What does that mean? What it means is these two scientists were directly implanting very small wires into regions of the brain and electrically stimulating them to see the response. This is something that has been studied very heavily from the 40s through. It's still used and studied today, but was very fashionable to be used from the 40s until about 1974.
Man.
And they were using it on people. But in 1953, they were still generally using it on rats. This guy, Jose Delgado, is the guy associated with this type of work. You can find a video of him online that he got initially famous for, where he's got a bull, and the bull's charging at him, and he just presses a button on a box, and the bull turns away.
Shit, okay.
Now, this is important. Something we've talked about, or that I discovered yesterday, is that in 2018, the CIA declassified documents. If you're in the Discord, go to the Conspiracy channel. You can find where I link to it on Newsweek, where they had 6 dogs that they were able to remote control to walk, stop, turn in circles, etc., up to a distance of 200 yards.
That's so fucked up.
They'd already done a Project Acoustic Kitty where they put a microphone in a cat, basically, and remote controlled the cat over to people.
Good God.
Like, these are both things you can look up.
Oof. Lordy.
And have both been, in the case of the dogs, declassified in 2018. I think Acoustic Kitty, I've got a couple books from the early 2000s that have it. So it's been declassified for a while. You can find it.
Okay.
But so you've got evidence of them doing this on animals, right? Mammals. Mammals that have everything but prefrontal cortexes, that bit that you get rid of when you lobotomize.
Yes.
All right.
So they're looking, okay.
So 53 is when we know for certain they're starting on that.
And they're looking at specifically mammals as hardware.
Yes.
They're looking at biomatter as hardware.
So 54, Leonard's mom moves to California. This is important later. He's in Massachusetts. His mom's moved to California. Okay. She's remarried, right? In 54, also, Daniel Lerman studies interactions of hormones and behavior influence on reproductive behavior in female ringdoves. Finds neither internal hormone state nor external auditory or visual stimulation by sight or sound of a sexually ready mate are sufficient to evoke sexual receptivity in the female. Both the internal state and external stimuli in close temporal and spatial proximity are required. Basically, what that says is that in animals, for these signals to influence each other, you've got to be near each other at the same time.
Gotcha.
This is the basis for understanding that the mind is a complex system and that these things they're trying to trigger are based on a lot of different inputs, not just a single nerve going on. That's why this is relevant, okay, guys?
It's a multi-neural network.
And it's relevant because by the time they're doing this shit to Leonard Kille, all the science is in place to say there's no reason to do this.
Whoa. Okay.
But the repugnant philosophy says, well, yeah, but if there's a chance, you check.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they're wrong. We gotta check in case we're wrong. Like, to understand. Like, once again, I'm trying to understand people who've done this to the world.
Yeah.
Who I'm trying to understand as human beings and not turn them into monsters. Because if you understand them as human beings, it becomes a lot more easy to predict how and why and what they may have done when you're looking for other evidence.
Yeah.
So, in 55, Leonard has to go to the VA in Long Beach because he's having abdominal pain. He's got an emergency appendectomy. Recovery is uneventful except persistent complaints of severe abdominal pain and problems with urinary retention. Now, the reason that I keep bringing up all these surgeries is who knows if they already tried surgery on this guy. There were earlier mind control programs in place. And some of the earlier technology with the animals had to have things located outside the brain.
Fuck, okay.
Like other technology. So it could have been in this guy is what I'm saying here. I don't know, I'm just extrapolating that. But he could have been a test subject this whole time.
Gotcha. Okay. He could the whole fucking time. Okay.
Whole time. Now, this timeline, guys, I got off the MIT website. Like, I've added to it with other information I've found, but the basis of it and most of this story you can find the bones of off of an MIT paper discussing this. From like 2004. I think I linked it in the Discord. If not, I can put it there later.
Yeah. Oh, my Christy Blue, if you didn't catch the top of the show, I am Murk. This is special guest.
Hi.
It's short for specialist guest. That is his name. Yeah, okay, so I can't get over the fact that is there any evidence of him, like, hella willingly joining into this?
No. And I would say, because you don't have rules about informed consent legally yet.
That's true, it's the 50s.
And he may have consented by consenting instead of being drafted.
Oh, fuck. Gotcha.
By joining instead of being drafted.
Exactly. Where they're like, you can either fucking...
Also, and this is something else, on later shows, like especially when we get into the one on hypnosis, which is going to be far more uncomfortable than this one.
Yeah.
They go for people from broken homes, seems to be the idea, because those are the easiest people to induce...
Dissociative.
What we call now dissociative disorder, because they have so many traumas.
Just dissociative behavior.
Because a lot of times these dissociative states are induced by youth trauma. Right? And he was raised by a physically, verbally abusive alcoholic.
And then was in a potentially abusive
was in a potentially abusive religious... Not potentially, like, he may have been, but we'll get to that later, because his later priest and roommate tie to that.
Whoa.
Oh, dude, his roommate's still alive. I found his address. I'm not going to dox him.
Whoa. That one had that. Man. Okay, so they're going for a character type. What up, Murk and Murkies at MURKradio?
Okay, excuse me. I've been saying he's been working for Polaroid this whole time. I was wrong. He was working for Douglas Aircraft. I knew I was reading something. This whole time I've been saying he's working for Polaroid. He's working for Douglas Aircraft, okay? So he's moved out to Santa Monica, and that he's in California.
It's always aeronautics.
No, well, that's because at this time period, the only thing that was seen as more important than a Navy was the Air Force.
Well, and that's where all of the weird culty shit, or all of the weird, like, experimental shit.
Absolutely.
Like, it moves, from the Navy.
Dude, here's something, as an
50s.
aside to something else we're talking about, Minot Air Force Base.
Yeah.
What about Minot Air Force Station, one of the oldest U.S. military installations out there, south of Minot Air Force Base, that was decommissioned suddenly in 1979.
Whoa. At the peak of all this fucking conspiracy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, so it might not be Minot Air Force Base.
Yeah.
It's probably the station 20 miles south.
Yeah.
So that's if we get back into Son of Sam.
Ali Cattell says, then Space Force. And I want to say, I believe they would absolutely use space as a justification to send our tax dollars into some nonsense.
Well,
How did they already do that?
Our space forces were part of the Air Force. We had a Space Force, it just wasn't its own branch.
Oh, that's true. In the Kennedy era, even there was a fucking actual,
Yeah.
That's when they formed. Yeah. There was its own independent outside. It was pre-NASA.
Yeah.
It? Yeah, the pre-NASA aeronautics and space. Yeah.
So no, we've had Space Forces this whole time that we could go into space.
Man.
But no, they codified it into its own Space Force. Always weird shit at NORAD in Colorado. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, NORAD became the poster child for secret place. Like, it almost became what we showed off. Check out this Cheyenne Mountain. Mm-hmm. You think you're going to nuke your way through this? And, honestly, that was for us to make us feel big.
Yeah. Straight up. Yeah.
Like, the Russians didn't care. They're like, you going to walk outside that irradiated rock?
Yeah, I mean? Like, we don't care. Way to go. Look what you did. Okay. We're at 1959 or 58? Third child. Kyle has a third child.
Oh, yeah, no, at this point, yeah, he's had his third child. But the thing about 58 is in the fall, he leaves Douglas Aircraft, and that's when he relocates to work at Polaroid. Now, he's worked as a secret radar technician.
Yeah.
Then he's working at Douglas Aircraft, and as I understand it, during that time period, Douglas Aircraft is basically doing spy plane work.
Oh.
Right? So he goes to Polaroid.
So
promoted to senior draftsman, right? He gets a raise because he's always needing money because his wife apparently is spending money, is as I understand the story.
Yeah.
Right? It's a really contentious thing. They here soon they start fighting. Now you'll hear that he had explosive outbreaks of violence. Apparently at one point he threw a soup can at his wife's head. Now, whoa. We're in 2021. I'm not making any excuses. I'm just trying to think about the levels of acceptable violence against women socially enough to be called an outburst.
Yeah.
In 58.
Yeah.
That, by those standards, doesn't really seem to.
No. Well, I mean, Honeymooners is on air.
Yeah. This is no, guys. I'm not making an excuse. Trying to provide context so you understand that maybe this was used as an excuse specifically to get him into a program in the long term.
Yeah, no, the culture, yeah. I mean, well, there's people who get away with a lot worse against their spouse nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
And to get your brain vivisected, and the justification is you threw a soup can at your wife.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Not a valid justification in my mind.
So in 59, he's promoted again to assistant engineer with responsibility for developing parts for the land camera. So 1960, man, this is Polaroid cameras start flying off the shelves.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And suddenly something that was honestly spy tech is now available in mass.
Yeah, people think
by way of Polaroid.
People think of James Bond having a PPK. James Bond would have a tiny Minox camera.
Yeah, exactly. He would have a little, it would be,
it's just, it doesn't look cool to have somebody sneaking around getting photographs.
Yeah, and the reality of espionage is it really comes down to, aeronautics and photography. So it also makes sense that a company like Polaroid would want to employ someone like Leonard Kille to be high up like that, because he has a security clearance, and all his references are going to say, this motherfucker ain't going to talk about your secret patents or anything he's working on.
Right. So, right. Now, going back a little bit to psychological study. Yeah. Gregory Bateson and colleagues, including Virginia Satir, begin to analyze communication patterns in families with children exhibiting severe behavior problems. They find increased risk of mental illness in children in dysfunctional families where they're repeatedly exposed to double binds, i.e., a situation in which mutually contradictory messages from parents produce communication impasses with adverse effects. These become pathogenic under conditions where there's no meaningful discussion of the problem and when there's no possibility of negotiation or escape from the situation. Now, linguistic double binds are what I, as an experienced hypnotist, utilize to convince people to take my position. Like if I'm being dirty, you got me? If I'm using hypnosis on you instead of talking to you in good faith and explaining my position rationally, reasonably, right?
Yeah.
If I'm being a salesman.
Yeah.
Like that's Because I can tell you that's what it is. It's the same thing that lets salesmen work, or that lets people get you whipped up emotionally over things you probably shouldn't be emotional over.
Yeah.
You know, and this is very important. They've recognized that this puts people into a particular state, and that state is one where they'll disassociate.
Yeah.
Because the only escape in fight or flight when your two authority figures are at odds and you've got no meaningful way to negotiate or resolve the situation is to run away inside.
Yeah. Sure. That makes sense. That makes sense to me.
Like this point is something that I will be bringing up on multiple shows.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is something relevant.
So, in February, Leonard's treated for pneumonia at Malden Hospital. Upon release, he suffers a relapse during which he complains of weakness, lightheadedness, and severe left chest pain, which is treated at home. Relapse again from an ulcer. Or did they have to change his batteries?
Fuck. They might have to change out a little lithium pack.
Yeah, just throwing that out there.
Like when you have an old school pacemaker.
So then in May, he's hospitalized for a week and treated for right flank pain at the Boston's VA.
Okay.
November, who in this year and a half, from spring 59, from fall 58 until November. Leonard, whose work at Polaroids resulted in the award of several U.S. patents, naming him as co-inventor of the land camera, resigns his position at Polaroids and starts employment as an engineer with a weekly salary of $194 at the MIT spin-off plant of EG&G. Now, anybody who knows anything about corporations and national security, EG&G, the only corporation more involved at that point in national security was Honeywell, who was making our nukes.
Whoa. Okay. Whoa.
Or who later on went on to make our nukes.
I think Honeywell made our nukes at one point.
Yeah. Okay, so he's working at EG&G right afterward. Now keep in mind, Edwin Land isn't happy. The guy who's mad if people don't call him doctor now has to share the fucking Polaroid camera. Which they've started calling the Polaroid camera instead of the land camera.
The land
anymore.
camera, yeah.
Like just saying this, right? So, one thing I forgot. 1959. Give you a little outlook about what the elites thought that the 60s were going to be like, based on their study of the mind and psychology and how simplistic they really viewed the mind was going to be.
Yeah.
Clark Kerr, Chancellor of the University of California, looks forward to the coming decade with optimism regarding what he sees as the almost perfect social compliance of the, quote, 60s generation. He said, employers will love this generation. They aren't going to press any grievances. They're going to be easy to handle. There aren't going to be any riots.
Whoa.
That was their expectation for how quick they were going to roll out potentially this technology.
Whoa.
Because Jose Delgado, who we will get into on a whole nother Tattered Map, basically said, yeah, that's how it's going to work. I know. Let me show you what I've done with bulls and rats. I can control them with buttons.
Whoa.
So keep that in mind, right?
That's way too... I can't with that. That's
So in 61, right?
not how shit turned out.
2 months after Kille starts working for EG&G, under an astounding amount of stress because who knows what he's seeing now, right?
Yeah.
His wife seeks and is granted a restraining order. Right? In March, his salary's raised to $205. His wife obtains a support degree from the probate court. So they've separated legally. He's got to legally support her financially. He's got to make more money. Yeah. They've got the economic press on this guy to make sure that he's going to keep working and doing what they say, even though obviously he's having significant problems.
Yeah.
I think that they were trying to treat engineers as roboticized as soldiers.
That makes sense. I mean, that's how they would want them to perform. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The other thing you have to understand is, like I said, nobody saw the 60s riots coming in power. When it happened, they flipped the fuck out. And they started looking for a biological basis for violence.
Yes.
They
Yes.
refuse to address the social issues.
Well,
They're
that's-
like, no. Obviously, they've got brain problems.
That's where the propaganda against people with 2 Y chromosomes came from.
Yeah.
Right? It's like they said that people with 2 Y chromosomes potentially violent.
Absolutely.
Which is kind of also follows our train of like, that's Nazi science.
So, you know,
Like that's how the Nazis.
the Cuban Missile Crisis happens. People are tense in 62. 63, Leonard gets another promotion. November, JFK's shot. And Stanley Milgram reports the results of his obedience experiment. If you've ever heard of the Milgram experiment,
I have.
the Milgram
Not that I recall. I mean,
most people conflate it with the Stanford prison experiment, but the Milgram experiment is the one where they've got you in a room and they'll see how long you'll shock somebody.
Gotcha.
You got me?
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's a fucking crazy
So keep that in mind.
story.
So JFK's dead. In 64, Johnson begins escalating U.S. military in Vietnam. We know how this goes. Kitty Genovese is murdered. In May 15th, Leonard voluntarily quits at EG&G and begins working at Honeywell Corporation.
God damn it. He's making nukes now.
In 2015, Honeywell, and you can find this news article linked in the Discord, started touting their new brain control of aircraft.
Oh.
Oh, Neuralink? You think Neuralink's new, y'all?
I know that. Well, I know it goes back a while because there's a game I played recently that's a alternate history game.
Yeah.
You can reinvest in a technology that they say they shelved.
That they shelved,
They
right?
say they shelved.
Well, this year is the first in the beginning of the race riots that really, really hit the U.S. Right? So we're in the middle of Cuba's fallen 5 years ago. Americans are widely turning to communism. Like, this is a thing that's happening. People are like, hey, you know, communism's pretty fucking cool. I'm being facetious. But no, I mean, like, communism was a thing that was happening. The counterculture was really starting to be created.
Yeah.
You know, you were seeing lots of people who were pushing toward not so much communism, but directly huge amounts of people pushing towards socialism, which the people on the right in the national security apparatus would have seen as a threat,
Yeah.
and the people on the left in the national security apparatus would not have. Now, this is why you have factions.
Yep.
Because you've got to understand, the CIA recruits from Yale, y'all. That is not MAGA territory.
No.
Right?
No, it is not.
Oh, dude, the Red Scare, that's a whole different thing. Like when I say that, I mean, like, once again, we could get into, like, that would be a 4-episode series on the insanity of, basically how the Red Scare was a Red Scare, but they were also hunting Nazis, but also Roy Cohn, who was the chief counsel at the time to McCarthy, was probably a Nazi.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's weird. It's really weird. I don't know. My view on a lot of this stuff is weird, but the more the stuff that you deal with in there, in this type of research, the more bizarre things get. Like how in 1965, Michael Crichton begins medical school at Harvard. Right? Now, it's important to understand that shortly after Leonard started working at EG&G, he was having so many fights at home that he begins to see a psychiatrist, the one who his wife has been seeing for a while. The psychiatrist says that, oh, well, Leonard's got a brain problem. Because that was about it at that point. They were so obsessed with this mechanistic view of the brain just being an electrical system that was malfunctioning. Like, they thought that they understood, based on the computer theory that they had at the time, which is old computers, and when I say that, I don't just mean 80s computers, I mean 60s computers are a hobby of mine, and emulating them and understanding them, because I'm a weird spurgy guy. But it gives you a lot of insight into how a lot of the people, when you read their histories or read books about them, thought. And the people within this era very much, in the academic circles, had an astoundingly mechanistic view of the human organism. It was very popular at that point, despite there already being evidence that there was no reason to view the mind like that. Because the mind's different than the brain. The mind is you. The brain's where it's at.
Yeah.
Right? So, in January 25th, Leonard undergoes an EEG at Massachusetts General Hospital, which is the main teaching hospital at Harvard.
Yeah, okay.
Right? This is the same year that in fall, Michael Crichton begins his medical doctorate at Harvard.
Oh, whoa, okay.
This ties in heavily. Michael Crichton ties in heavily to this, right? The guy who wrote Jurassic Park ties in heavily to this.
Good Lord.
Because people say he created the modern techno thriller that year, or 4 years later with the book The Andromeda Strain. But someone else did, who seemed to also be right. We'll get to it. Trust me, it's crazy. Okay, so at this point in November, Leonard and Janice have 5 kids with a 6th expected. You know, he's under a ton of family stress to provide for the kids. He's got a wife who's apparently not particularly good with money, and he's too busy working on secret projects to budget. I'm not trying to make excuses, but trying to explain why this man feels so stressed, right?
He's under an immense amount.
So they sell their house, move to a larger, more expensive one.
Whoa.
Worried about the financial burden, he talks to his priest, Father Paul Shanley. Keep that name in mind. Learning that there's an unoccupied top-floor apartment in the house, the priest suggests renting it to a recently divorced fellow parishioner, Robert Dirkman, who's looking for a place to live.
Okay.
Long story short, Dirkman and the wife start having an affair.
Oh. Uh-oh.
So in 66, problems are continuing to escalate in the U.S. The violence situation is getting out of control. And when I say that, I mean...
There's riots at colleges.
There's riots at colleges. There's Black Power riots because Black people are tired of being beaten and gassed and not allowed to sit at fucking counters, man.
Yeah.
Like, I shouldn't have to say it, but providing context for the specific year.
This is the year
it fucking is popping off. The Georgia State Legislature refuses to seat Julian Bond, a 25-year-old black activist and member of the SNCC who opposes U.S. involvement in Vietnam. That's how bad it is. They're not letting black people into the legislature that were elected.
God damn.
Right?
So they're less than half-assing fucking civil rights.
Dirkman moves into Kyle's house, becomes more than just a tenant, frequently takes meals with the family, helps Leonard with chores around the house, and engages in long conversations with Janice late into the evenings. February 4th through 19, Leonard experiences what appears to be severe attacks of anxiety marked by shortness of breath, weakness, and dizziness. He takes medical leave from his job at Honeywell and spends 2 weeks at the New England Sanitarium where he's officially diagnosed with pneumonia. Twice during this stay, he abruptly signs himself out and back in. Yeah. Somebody's having something done to him. That's what I think.
My theory too is it seems like something's they're replacing something or fixing something or adding stuff or
absolutely they're conditioning him or upgrading him or changing his batteries. That's the way I view it.
Yeah.
I think that likely the story we hear about him is somebody working on tech that was already at the set. That's what I think.
Okay.
So, February 28th, he quits his job at Honeywell and accepts his position as senior engineer at Cambridge-based Block University at a salary of $13,500, which was like about $1,200 or $1,300 more than he had been making, which in 65 money is a fuck ton of money, guys. That's like getting a $7,000 raise.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So the next day, his car won't start. He borrows Dirkman's car, and while he's driving into what's supposed to be his first day at work, he gets rear-ended. Right?
Bad luck.
Destroys the car, both ends. He complains of a head injury. He's taken to Cambridge City Hospital, where he remains for several days under observation before being released. Only briefly back at home, but continues to have fights, provoking, and over them cheating, right? Because it comes out later that they were having an affair. And then he checks himself into the Boston VA.
Oh.
That's March 1st, or let me see. At the end of March. At the April 5th, he signs out of the VA hospital against medical advice. The psychiatrist who Leonard and his wife have been visiting is a neurobiologically oriented practitioner. He's somebody who views all issues as having a biological basis in the mind. Keep in mind, it's 1965. That was still normal. Saying all problems in the mind were of biological basis.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Fucking what?
So suspecting he has a brain disorder, he refers him to Dr. Frank Irvin. This is important. Director of the Violence Research Unit. We're going to do a whole podcast on how they wanted to try and do this shit to everyone. And they were going to base it out of San Francisco. With a guy named Jolly West, who you may remember from the LSD episode, who killed an elephant with LSD, was the head of it. He believed that they were just going to fix all these black radicals with brain surgery. No shit. They'd just say, oh, your violence, obviously that's a medical issue.
Yeah.
And we're going to just fix that. So basically, they were going to try and electro-lobotomize in real time people. Now, this may sound familiar. You may have heard of a book or a movie or two around 72, 74. We'll get to that. So.
Will your mind wipe? Wait, what?
Anyway, Irvin collaborates with Vernon H. Mark, a neurosurgeon. Together, they're doing clinical research, diagnosis, and treatment aimed at making credible their main hypothesis, namely that violent and assaultive action, quote, is an expression of the functioning brain. In their view, the abnormal brain functions responsible for what they call episodic discontrol. And it can be, and indeed should be, manipulated by surgical and or electrophysiological destruction of selected brain regions in the limbic system. Whoa. Electrolobotomy, my man.
Whoa.
Focused electrolobotomy. The Violence Control Unit is operating under the general supervision of Neurosurgery Department Chairman and Harvard Medical School Professor William H. Sweet. Although officially admitted to Massachusetts General as a patient, Leonard is admitted to the Violence Research Unit as a research subject and placed on a lockdown ward. He didn't sign up for this. Whoa. His psychiatrist signed him up for this while he was in the middle of an episode.
Whoa.
Right? So, in August, Charles Whitman, former Marine, climbs a clock tower and starts shooting at everybody.
Oh.
Now, guys, in a later... Well, no. We've talked about the concept of a strategy of tension.
Yes.
Like that being that, as has been proven happened in Italy in the 70s and 80s in Operation Gladio, that agents provocateurs would go out and create mass actions of violence to increase the public perceptive need of an increase in security controls.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Make things widely as shit to justify authoritative government.
Now, keep in mind that in 62, they posited a plan to fake a Cuban invasion on Florida, the Northwoods document. 62. Whoa. They're already thinking that this type of thing's okay. And the guy who said, no, we're not doing that, Kennedy's already had his head blown off.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
we've already neutralized the resistance against that.
Suddenly, as violence happens, they say, okay, well, let's not just make it this focused violence related to certain political ends. What if we just act like the whole world's going out of control? That's my theory.
Yeah.
And so you start seeing a lot of these actors. This ties in with the cults that we were talking about, like with the Process Church.
Yeah.
And with things like, say, the Son of Sam, or at some point, the zebra murders, if you've ever heard about that. 300 random racially motivated killings that they don't talk about anymore. We'll get to that at some point. But during this time period, you see a sudden explosion in not just politically oriented violence, which was happening, but random violence of a type America had never seen before. Not on that scale.
Yeah. Never met.
Yeah, Operation Chaos. Like I would not be surprised if it's related to Operation Chaos.
Yeah.
So, anyway, Whitman climbs clock tower. In a very poorly documented account of a post-mortem examination of Whitman's brain, Irvin and Sweet, keep in mind the doctors related to this case, will allege that his episode of rage and violence was traceable to the alleged presence of biliteral amygdaloid tumors in his limbic system. Life magazine, life is interesting. Life and Time have always worked together, and they bought the Zapruder film and kept it under wraps for 10 years so nobody could look at it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Life magazine publishes a special issue on the subject of violence. It places strong emphasis on the prospect of brain control. In one article, doctors Mark, Irvin, and Sweet are favorably reported to be researching the brains of people allegedly afflicted with the symptoms of a previously unknown affective disorder that they claim to have identified and which they call episodic discontrol syndrome. Photos of one of their patients, Julia, were featured in the article. Meanwhile, they were beginning to study and treat Leonard Kille, the patient they would end up calling Thomas R.
Whoa.
From 66 to 67, over a period of many months, Leonard undergoes pre-treatment testing. In preparation for surgery, which is electrode implantation, his head is shaved, he's sedated and locally anesthetized. His head's positioned and fixed in the frame of a stereotaxic instrument, and multiple stranded electrodes are implanted in his brain bilaterally, with their tips arrayed in the vicinity of his amygdala. After a brief period of recovering from surgery, a long series of electrophysical recording, stimulation, and lesioning trials is begun. Right? So they do two things after they put the wires in your brain. They functionally give you light little, I don't want to call them tickles, but light charges to see what sort of effects are induced.
Gotcha.
And if the effects are violent, they burn that fucker out.
Whoa. Gotcha.
Now, they've got no real understanding of the brain in 1967. And who's doing rounds this whole time? Michael Crichton.
He's there working.
Who's studying under Irvin and doing clinical rotations? Michael Crichton. Keep that in mind.
Curious as hell. Anybody unfamiliar with Michael Crichton? Wrote Jurassic Park, wrote Terminal Man, right? Wrote
The Andromeda Strain, which created the techno thriller, or is claimed to have created the techno thriller.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. So several months into the process, the physicians and researchers decide now they're ready to move into the final phase of treatment. They set out to determine whether, and if so, and in what respects, it might be possible to alter Leonard's mental activity and behavior by selectively and progressively destroying more and more of the brain tissue in the targeted areas of his brain bilaterally. This was done by passing high-frequency microwave currents into limbic loci within his brain via the previously implanted electrodes. Several times Leonard protests. He refuses further treatment, runs from the hospital, but each time he returns. And each time he's persuaded in this diminished capacity to submit to more and more destructive brain treatment.
the fuck?
So, 67, from January, Pentagon announces the death of 5,000 Americans in Vietnam during the previous year. An American military officer is quoted as saying after an attack on a Vietnamese hamlet that, quote, the village was destroyed in order to save it. These are the people, it's military minds making these decisions.
Yeah. Village is being destroyed to save it.
Oh, yeah, well, they're destroying his mind to save it. Westworld, yeah, he did Westworld, John. Very, very important. And no, I don't mean electroshock therapy. Okay, I want to make the distinction. Electroshock therapy does not involve brain implants. It normally involves a pair of wet sponges on the side of your head where they give you a jolt. And when we do the one on Dr. Ewan Cameron, he used a lot of ECT. But no, electroshock therapy would be more closer to an electric concussion, where this is more like a cauterized electric stab wound.
Oh, shit. Okay. They're cauterizing through serious electrical arcing.
Yeah. They punch a microwave down there, and the end of the tip heats up and burns out whatever it's touching.
Good God. They're fucking barbaric.
Right? So it's another set of race riots that summer. Leonard's in the hospital, and Irvin and Mark figure that his amygdala is about cooked enough, so they leave the electrodes in place.
Oh.
This is another issue. You know, in lab animals, especially we were talking about the remote control dogs, they found that the electrode sites would never heal and were prone to infection. So they made a whole unit that was put in. That was it was wild. A concrete unit. Once again, this is all in the Newsweek article that I posted in the Discord. You can look it up.
To make an infection-proof like subterfuge.
But in these cases, these electrodes are normally made out of platinum wire, and the body doesn't tend to reject that. So if you're not running electric current through it, yeah, exactly, John. Like in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Whoa.
So they withdraw the external electrodes, but he's still got wires in his brain. His treatment's complete. His damage is done. He's discharged. He attempts and fails to reconcile with his wife. Travels across the country by car to be near his mother and his stepfather. He immediately starts having social issues. He's crazy. He's crazy. In the weeks and months after he's released, he just deteriorates. At one point, he's found wandering aimlessly around a supermarket parking lot. He's picked up by the cops, taken into custody, and forcibly hospitalized. At the hospital, he's soon assigned the diagnosis of a paranoid schizophrenic, largely on the basis of an incredible and fantastic story that he tells in great procedural and technical detail about having been a patient and research subject at Boston MGH of doctors operating on his brain, implanting electrodes, remotely recording depth electroencephalograms, and applying occasional electrical brain stimulation, and finally, using radio frequency currents to destroy portions of his limbic system, destroying his mind and life, work, family, and leaving everything in shambles. Now, I want you to understand, there's buzzing. She says there's buzzing.
Oh.
Got it.
Show is. We got it.
Fixed it.
Thank you.
So, basically, and this is the thing that really gets me, this guy who is a genius, was a genius, is still capable of explaining what's happened to him, even though he can't make it through a day. He can't stay on task. He can't engage in creative pursuits. He can't take care of himself, but he knows what's happened to him.
He knows mechanically how to explain it, too, because he was an engineer when he
post-electro-lobotomy that nearly nuked his amygdala. Look into what the amygdala controls. It's not just fear response. Right. That's just the first thing they correlated it with and said that's all that gland does.
So he's emotionless, functionally.
In many ways, yes.
Oh.
So the fall of the same year, they Mark, Irvin, and Sweet publish a letter in the JAMA suggesting a link between brain disease and urban violence. They want to make this the norm.
Whoa.
They want to Leonard Kille anybody who's a dissident.
Whoa.
And who gets angry enough about it to riot. Their call turns out to be for intensive research and clinical studies of individuals committing the violence to pinpoint, diagnose, and treat people with low violence thresholds before they contribute to further tragedies. So at this point, in 68, Leonard's hospitalizations are becoming astoundingly routine.
Damn.
Right?
And
keep in mind that there is at the same year there's the assassination of MLK, RFK, there's a police riot at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, which was a huge deal. Like the country's basically on fire, and they're getting ready to Leonard Kille everybody.
Yeah.
Right?
They're building that plan.
So 69, Leonard absconds from the California VA hospital. He's apprehended by police outside of Vegas, held in the Nevada VA Nevada VA for a while before he's returned to California. And at this point, Michael Crichton graduates from Harvard. Now, funny thing happens. This is where it gets weirdly Hollywood. January 1st, 1969, the book The Happiness Cage by Dennis J. Reardon. You should look him up. He's still a teaching professor at, I think, University of Indiana in drama.
Okay.
Is released by Samuel French Incorporated.
Sorry to keep being up and down. I'm grabbing a drink. Keep speaking.
Hey, grab me a water, would you?
Yeah.
Set in the 1960s USA, patients in a Vietnam War veterans hospital are induced to participate in a program of experimental brain implementation designed to achieve conformable neurological happiness. One resists, preferring the limitations with his own identity to the technologically achievable bliss. That's the summation of it, right? 1969. Michael Crichton still hasn't written a book we'll get to called The Terminal Man, but keep this in mind about the Happiness Cage, right? Because it's not known as a book, but it's well known as a play. So May 12th of that year, The Andromeda Strain by Michael Crichton's released. Now, you need to understand that during his time period to pay for tuition at Harvard, he wrote 12 novels.
Whoa.
Right? 10 of them under 2 different names, and 2 of them under his own name.
Okay. Okay, he wrote 12. Oh, wow.
This was his first one.
To pay for education, you make shit of them.
How do you even have time to study, do clinical rotations, and write 12 novels?
I don't understand.
But you know who writes like that? E. Howard Hunt.
That's true.
Something to keep in mind.
Wow.
So, January 1st, The Happiness Cage by... May 12th, The Andromeda Strain by Michael Crichton's released. Reviews for it were overwhelmingly positive. The novel was an American bestseller, established Crichton as a respected novelist, scientific, and science fiction writer. The Pittsburgh Press said it was relentlessly suspenseful, a hair-raising experience. The Detroit Free Press said, hideously plausible suspense that'll glue you to your chair. It's about a biological weapon that gets out of control and turns everybody's blood solid. They made a movie.
That's right.
2 years later,
yeah, that's
right? Okay, 2 years later, and we'll get to that, right? The New York Times said, tired out by a long day in the country, I was awake way past my bedtime. My arms were numb from propping up my head, but turning from side to side, I had driven the cats from their place at the foot of the bed, and they were disgruntled. I was very likely disturbing my wife's sleep, but I was well into Michael Crichton's The Andromeda Strain, and he had convinced me it was all really happening.
Whoa.
Pretty much universally, critics say that this novel creates the techno-thriller genre. But I'm going to posit that it was The Happiness Cage at January 1st of that year, which I'm pretty sure Michael Crichton ended up reading. If not, he saw the play.
Okay.
So, back to Mark and Irvin, the doctors who treated Leonard Kille. They publish Violence in the Brain. The book includes several case studies. One of those introduced us to patient Thomas R.
Ah.
He's described as a brilliant engineer with several important patents to his credit. However, he's also described as episodically violent toward his wife and potentially to others due to a previously undiagnosed limbic brain disease.
Whoa.
With his repeated rehospitalizations becoming routine, Leonard is already well embarked on what will become his lifelong career as a chronically hospitalized mental patient at this point.
The fuck?
And the book alludes sketchily to supposed facts in his life about him being so violent, but they end on an extremely hopeful and positive note, claiming that they've achieved a complete cure of his, quote, principal presenting complaint, which means he's no longer violent toward his wife or anyone else, which is sometimes the case in the case of a lobotomy. 5% of people die, 15% of people become astoundingly violent, and the rest of them aren't. But, 4 out of 5 ain't bad.
God.
By all other accounts, however, this picture of this condition is simply false. In fact, Leonard's personal and social condition has been worsening. Now he's severely disturbed, severely brain damaged, a socially incompetent, psychologically impaired man in his late 30s who has become, since the operation, increasingly episodically violent.
Fuck.
And then, as a backdrop, Kent State!
Kent State happens, Jesus.
And then on October 4th, The Happiness Cage. This is important. The Happiness Cage, the first play at the Public Theater's new Estelle R. Newman Theater, evoked numerous expressions of admiration, even from those who noticed various cracks in its sci-fi-oriented composition. It tells of a medical experiment being carried out in a VA hospital where, under the supervision of an Army general and a hospital administrator, young vets are given a sort of shock treatment to prevent them from feeling anguish and make them perpetually happy. 3 vets are the subject and 2 die from the experiment, but the surviving guinea pig, Reese, who entered the facility with a broken arm and resists the treatments because he insists on suffering if he so chooses, becomes an eventual victim and turns into a human vacuum.
Holy shit.
So let's talk about who put it on. The director was Tom Aldrich. As a pre-law student at the University of Dayton, he visited New York in the mid-40s and approached the Ethel Barrymore Theater. Eager to see the inside of a major Broadway theater, he asked 2 guys in the alley, who he assumed were stagehands, if he could take a quick look. "Buy a ticket," one of them advised him. After paying $1.80, he watched as the purported stagehands, Marlon Brando and Carl Malden, strode out to perform in a streetcar named Desire. After that, Aldrich said, his ambitions to become a lawyer suddenly changed. He was a law student, right? In the cast were such noteworthy names as Ronnie Cox, Charles Dunning, Bette Henrys, who starred in George C. Scott's Rage the same year, a piece of propaganda about an Army gas weapon accident from 1968, and a then unknown Jason Miller, who went on to star as Father Damien Karras in The Exorcist in 1973, after receiving the Pulitzer Prize for Drama and Tony Award for Best Play for his play the championship season that year. Dude cleaned up, and it achieved rave reviews. Play ran for like 4 years.
Wow. I've never even heard of that.
Oh, yeah. No, it's weird, right? So in 1971, Peter Bregan, MD, a Washington, D.C. psychiatrist and well-known critic of psychosurgeries, read Violence in the Brain. He does a bit more research and locates the patient, Thomas R., at his mother and stepfather's house in Long Beach. After interviewing Leonard Kille and his family, Bregan publishes his conclusion that the brain surgery performed on him at MGH has rendered him incurably incompetent. And what else happens this year that Kille is basically vindicated? The Andromeda Strain films released. Visual effects, and this is important, are by Douglas Huntley Trumbull. He was responsible for the effects of 2001, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Star Trek The Motion Picture, Blade Runner, and The Tree of Life.
Whoa.
He knows how to make things look real.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He directed the movie Silent Running. Excellent if you've never seen it. It's 1972. And Brainstorm.
Brainstorm.
Right? I think it's 1972. Yeah, it might be 1973. Brainstorm. That's the Natalie Wood movie.
Okay.
The one that she died during. And we'll get back to that. His cinematographer is a guy named Richard H. Klein, who'd already been nominated for his second film, Camelot, at 1968. And he was nominated later for King Kong in 1976.
Okay.
What I'm getting at with this, right, is this film from this guy's book has some super connected high-end people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like this guy, this book is out of nowhere, and they're like, yeah, we're going to make this huge, right?
Yeah. All of the kind of government-connected filmmaking royalty.
Klein, his cinematographer, second-generation filmmaker, son of cinematographer Benjamin Klein and nephew of ASC co-founder Phil Rosen. Connected crew.
Damn.
So in 1972, The Terminal Man is published by Michael Crichton. It's his second novel under his own name and his 12th overall, and it's about the dangers of mind control. Published April 1972, serialized in Playboy, March, April, and May 1972. Early it was called The Sympathetic Man.
Oh.
He says it's his least favorite work. Like his previous bestseller, the reviews for Terminal Man were widely positive. Los Angeles Times called it an entertaining and unsparing narrative, compressed and scientifically sound. The New Yorker called the novel a fascinating, splendidly documented thriller. Life said it was, quote, an absolutely riveting novel. John Markham Reviews calls it a superb thriller, and it'll make you think and shudder. He had the media in his pocket. He was well known, right?
Yeah,
Life's on your side review and stuff. Life who, man, when Life, the ones who published that article about how brain surgery was going to fix violence, weird connection.
Yeah.
And the novel was criticized by the American Epilepsy Foundation, who said it unfairly links epilepsy with violence. And the same year, the film adaptation of The Happiness Cage, also known as The Mind Snatchers and The Demon Within, was released. It's the first lead role for Christopher Walken, who later stars in Brainstorm, oddly enough. It also stars Joss Ackland, you probably know him from Lethal Weapon, Diplomatic Immunity.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah.
Right. Ronnie Cox, who was the gray-headed boss that gets thrown out the window in RoboCop, right? A fellow named Marco St. John. Now, this is an aside, but it's interesting because of all of the different weird murders associated with that strategy of tension that I was telling you about.
Yeah.
And if you get into the occult side, sometimes these might be considered sacrifices to make a thing work, right?
Yeah.
So, Marco St. John played the role of, to give you an idea, because this movie was cheaply made, the screenwriter wrote a whole of 2 movies. Like the production crew on this movie I looked into, and it's like nobody's, right? Marco St. John played the role of Hamlet in a play at the San Diego Shakespeare Festival when he was 28, subsequently cast in 9 productions on Broadway.
Whoa.
The last of these, a David Merrick production playing opposite Julie Harris in 40 Carats. While he was in this production, he was also playing Dr. Paul Stewart in As the World Turns. So he's a soap opera,
Yeah.
right? Soap opera guy.
Yeah.
His first wife, Barbara, was brutally assaulted, murdered, and shot in their Greenwich Village apartment while protecting her son from an intruder.
Whoa.
St. John was summoned offstage during a performance of Timons of Athos at Shakespeare in the park to be informed about what happened, and he took his family and moved them out of New York and down to Mississippi where they live with it. He's still down there. Still lives down there and does that stuff for local TV.
Whoa.
He's like a Southern TV personality.
But he's just done. He was like, I'm done with the city forever.
But like I said, it's pretty kooky to be like, oh, well, this was a sacrifice. But if you're keyed in looking for things like that, that might be one. Who knows? If that's your angle, look into it and get back to me.
Whoa.
So, it also featured the director of the original play, Tom Aldrich, in the role of the medic.
Yeah.
Now, you might know him because he went on to play Tony Soprano's father-in-law.
Okay.
Hugo De Angelis.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, let's. This is an interesting aside as well, right?
Yeah.
There are hypotheses out there that those in control encode basically their secret histories within modern media, and it's only if you understand what you're looking at that you know what you're looking at.
Okay.
And to everyone else, it's like Looney Tunes. You know how there's jokes for the adults that the kids didn't get?
Yeah.
You end up viewing like that. That's the idea.
Okay, so maybe okay, guys.
So let's talk about just as an aside, Tom Aldridge's character on The Soprano. He's been married to his wife over 40 years. He was a former sailor in the U.S. Navy and spent time in Nova Scotia during the war. What? Oh, that means that he worked for Captain Al Hubbard.
Yeah. Weird.
Worked as a contractor.
Yeah.
Government contractor.
Yeah.
Affable and kindly manner. Doesn't hesitate to speak his mind on points of disagreement with his family, particularly his wife. He enjoys hunting, playing with his kids. A member of the Knights of Columbus. He was considered a wild man in his youth. One time he had a physical altercation with a motorcycle gang, and another time he disrupted a meeting of the German-American Bund by throwing a cherry bomb at its members. Guys, if you know a little bit about how the mafia tied with what they called Operation Underground with Lucky Luciano, and tied with our intelligence apparatus in World War II, that's like a love song too.
Yeah.
That character's like a love song too.
He really is. Like that, I forgot that is by the end of this year. That is the full background of Carmela's dad. I forgot that he had that rich of a. That's right. There's flashbacks and shit too. Whoa.
So let's give you a plot of the movie version.
He's in there for the retired government spooks to be like, yeah, those were the days.
Oh yeah.
Like yeah, it was him.
So he's the director of the film version.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Of the Happiness Cage, aka the Mind Snatchers, right?
Gotcha. He's
the director, but and we talked about the cast, but let's talk about the plot. Because it's a little different, because it's for film versus the play. After an altercation at a party by his girlfriend, U.S. Army Private James Reese is arrested for assault. Reese comes to the attention of Major, the head of the Army program attempting to help those with terminal illness deal with their pain via a brain implant. Reese is determined to suffer from schizophrenia, making him an excellent candidate for the experimental program.
Whoa.
Dr. Frederick Joss Ackland is trying to find a way to ease the aggressive natures of soldiers by developing a microchip to access the pleasure centers of their brains. He's like a German doctor.
Whoa.
Nazi ties, right?
Yeah.
Reese is transferred to the VA in Frankfurt, where the experiments are being conducted by the U.S. Army. However, the experiments take a darker turn. The Army doctors are drilling into the patient's skulls, attach wires, and alter their brains to create better soldiers and happier men. The patients are 3 veterans willing to go into the operation clinic. The implant is placed into Reese. Another soldier with the implant goes berserk, and Reese rips the wires and connections away from the soldier, and the soldier dies. Reese escapes from the hospital, is recaptured, refuses to activate the implant, but the Major overrides his decision and activates it. Reese, now docile and controlled by the Major, appears at a press conference as proof of the success of the program.
Whoa.
Now, There are some ties, obviously, to anyone who's seeing this film adaptation to a film that had come out prior by Stanley Kubrick called A Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Stanley Kubrick, the guy who did 2001,
Yeah.
who Donald Trumbull did the special effects for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, this is all
So
not
from
directly,
Michael
but
Caine,
dancing
this is-
around each other
This is
so
all the
hard.
crew of people.
So the film contains some brilliant performances, according to the New York Times. They also state it works better as a play than a movie, although Walken's performance was found to be gripping.
Wow.
This is Walken's first lead performance, and the New York Times is like, this guy's amazing.
Yeah.
So, 73, the next year, a medical malpractice suit is filed on behalf of Leonard by his mother and legal guardian in Boston Superior Court. Vernon Mark and Frank Irvin are identified as the defendants. The defendant's legal counsel is a distinguished senior Boston attorney. Sorry, y'all, I'm from Mississippi. I can't read. The plaintiff's attorney is from a large and prestigious D.C. law firm. So they both got pretty decent attorneys.
Okay, so the defense team is popping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it takes them 5 years before it goes to case. Right, it doesn't come out till 78.
Yeah.
So in the middle of this case, right after this movie's come out that's got the gripping performance of Christopher Walken, what comes out? The Terminal Man. The film's released.
That's right.
It's not released in the UK. It was successful in Japan, according to Hodges, the director, and dumped when it came to US screenings. It's like they were trying to not show it over here.
Weird.
We had one terrible preview. They projected it without sound for the first 10 minutes, which was excruciating. American audiences found the film too uncompromising, too tough to take. The reviews were dire. I think people had a problem accepting George Segal in the lead role, who was a known comedic actor.
Oh, gotcha.
At that time, he was known as a light comedian, but I wanted him for the film. I liked the fact that it was unusual casting. He's terribly good in it, and now that his career is not too top-heavy with comedy, you can see him purely as an actor and a good one, right?
Yeah.
So Richard Klein returned as the cinematographer.
Okay. Weird.
It got a negative review in the New York Times, describing it as dull and slow.
Huh.
Kubrick, though, was a huge admirer of the film.
Huh.
Any actor who sees Get Carter will want to work with Hodges. When Mike Kaplan, a Warner Brothers international marketing executive, attempted to override Warner Brothers' decision not to release the film in Britain, he sought Kubrick's help. After explaining the situation and how the film required a different marketing campaign, Kubrick interrupted with, "I've already seen it, and it's terrific."
Damn.
The director, Terrence Malick, wrote Hodges expressing how much he loved watching The Terminal Man, saying, "I've just come from seeing The Terminal Man and want you to know what a magnificent, overwhelming picture it is. You achieve moods that I've never experienced in the movies before, though it's only in hope of finding them that I keep going. Your images make me understand what an image is. Not a pretty picture, but something that should pierce one through like an arrow and speak in a language all its own."
Whoa.
So no, they were doing their best to not show that movie over here because now, Watergate came out and all the secret stuff is starting to come out, and we're going to have the church committee hearings here in 5 years.
They were
in a year.
purposely editing it and censoring it while it was being played to get it bad reviews.
Now, meanwhile, that year in South Africa, land of apartheid, The Happiness Cage is performed as a play in South Africa, staged by the PACT, or the Performing Arts Council of the Transvaal. It's one of 4 state-funded regional arts councils.
Whoa.
Yeah, Nazi-heavy South Africa.
Yeah.
It's directed by Ken Leach.
Okay.
So, 1978. More than a dozen years have passed since Leonard's discharge from MGH, right? For most of the last decade, he's been chronically hospitalized.
Yeah.
6-week trial in Boston, fails to prove doctors, he gets nothing. He's had to watch 2 movies, a
Based on
best-selling
his
book,
life.
and a huge play, obviously based on his life. Or even more terrifying, it's not based on his life. They were doing it to so many people
That's true.
that it was just an open secret amongst the medical community.
A myth they helped stoke the mythos of.
Because there's John, we'll get to you in just a minute because we've almost wrapped up this bit. It's important to keep that in mind, man. I think it's really important.
Yeah.
So 1990s, charges of predatory sexual behavior involving Catholic priests. One of the accused is Father Paul Shanley, Leonard and Janice Kyle's pastor in 65, and the one who recommended they take in Robert Dirkman, the guy who sort of, in a way, predicated everything that causes him to become hospitalized.
Whoa.
And look, guys, we know that some aspects of the church were also working with different intelligence agencies all throughout World War II, and thus probably later.
Yeah.
Like, why do you think that why do you think they're digging up all these native bodies of kids?
Yeah.
Why do you think all this is coming out? They're running damage control while people are discovering the bodies from who knows how long they did what to the minds of kids in the name of research. And that's just at those Catholic schools.
Good Lord. And yeah, there's a cabal right there. Again, a character that set a lot of this shit for him in motion is Shanley.
But let's go back to before the 90s, 1980 to 1983. Brainstorm, a film about tech that records memories and is used for brainwashing by the U.S. government, is directed by Richard Turnbull.
Oh, damn it.
He's done visual effects on Andromeda Effect in Kubrick's 2001. To prepare for the film, Trumbull took most of the key cast and crew up to the Esalen Institute, an experimental research facility in Northern California known for its New Age classes and workshops. We're going to do a whole one on Esalen, guys. Robert de Grimston was a regular speaker there.
Whoa.
Yeah, Esalen, the Esalen Institute and Esalen therapy in the 70s were a form of Protestant cult, like a form of cult conditioning, secular cult conditioning that was like a Protestant secular form of Scientology.
Good Lord. Oh.
The Flowers for Algernon, I don't think Algernon, the science directly in Flowers for Algernon was based on real science. I think it was a short story by someone who was aware of the type of research that the governments in the West were engaging in during this time period.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Turnbull real quick. In 83, he was going to use this new film stock called ShowScan. ShowScan 70 millimeter at 70 frames a second.
Okay.
See, he produced a couple short films called Night of Dreams and New Magic. Funny, those titles. They really are. He developed the process in the late 70s and the early 80s when he became interested in increasing the fidelity or definition of movies. Like the jump between old TV and new TV, right? The visual fidelity of movies is limited by going 24 frames a second on 35 millimeter. Like 35 millimeter looks great. I was a projectionist for a long time. You can blow it up so huge and it looks great. But 70 millimeters needed for like things like IMAX size.
Yeah.
But if you run 70 millimeter in a normal theater, it looks astoundingly clear.
Looks sharp as shit.
It's like you were there, right?
Yeah.
He did research into Turnbull. Did research into frame rate, running a series of tests with 35 millimeter stock, filmed and projected at various speeds. And it shown to audiences who were instrumented to biometrically test their responses.
Whoa.
He found that as frame rate increased, so did viewers' emotional reaction. Think about that. That something as simple as the increase on a frame rate of a video between an era before HD TV and now, it utilizes the same fundamental operating principle known in film to increase emotional response with no change to the content of the film, just the method of display.
Yeah.
If you read a book called Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, which is a fucking thick tome, you'll find a passage on the influence of flickering lights on decision making.
Yeah.
Specifically, fluorescent lights, like 60 hertz and 50 hertz lights.
It does something to the brain. It's something they cryptically put in the design of that Watchmen series, that newer Watchmen series.
So his theory was that the smooth motions versus the flicker, that people were subconsciously aware of the flicker, and on one level, that's what, even though visually they weren't, subconsciously they were, and that's what kept them from being fully immersed. So he figured you got greater immersion with less flicker.
Damn.
That's his operating principle. And he was going to film this whole movie on it. Now, doesn't that sound like video technology the military might be interested in?
It really does.
Doesn't it sound like they might torpedo a whole damn movie with the hopes, as they were trying to do, of them not finishing the movie, it not being a thing?
But just to field test the tech.
Not just to field test the tech. Maybe they were like, oh, this tech, it's ours now.
Oh.
Because since then, that technology continues to be used. It's been used the whole time.
Yeah.
In motion-associated theme park rides, like at Disney World.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Then we could go all day on Walt Disney.
Yeah, a new means of for the consumer era. Now you gotta, yeah, okay, and you want that tech, you gotta play ball with us.
So, 1993, Leonard Arthur Kille dies, age 60, no fucking justice.
Rest in peace.
And Trumbull, Wilson, Augusta, and Edmund DeGilio receive a Scientific and Engineering Academy Award, an Oscar, for show scan, and got their patent on it.
Wow.
So that's basically the story of Kille. Kyle. But let's take a side note to that bastard Edwin Land.
Yeah.
And a group called the SEI, or the Scientific Engineering Institute, which was basically a corporate research branch, like a corporate Q branch for the CIA.
Okay, gotcha. This is where the tech is developed.
Yeah,
this is where the engineers are.
And if it's done here, then there's no reporting oversight.
Oh, okay. So that's where Q. Oh, gotcha.
So let's see. Oh, this isn't that bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's out to you. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Trying to figure. While SEI had extensive supportive research services, according to one contemporary account, training in experimental procedures was, quote, at the sub-professional level. Nonetheless, when the CIA's Office of Research and Development, you might remember the ORD, they took over MK Ultra from the Technical Services Branch.
Oh.
Was established within the DS&T in 1962. The SEI quickly became a focal point for the agency's life sciences program. Among other things, the ORD inherited responsibility for previously ongoing research involving electrode implantation in the brains of animals to remotely control behavior.
So gross.
The SEI apparently continued this work, tinkering with frogs and cockroaches, and in one experiment, stimulating the pleasure centers of crows' brains in order to control their behavior.
Weird.
According to John Marks, a former State Department official who first exposed much of CIA's covert human experimentation. Marks also notes that his confidential sources about SEI activities were somewhat tight-lipped. However, according to Thomas, the BBC producer, in an account written a decade later in 1989, the Institute's experimentation went shockingly further. At the height of the Vietnam War in July of 1968, according to Thomas, a neurosurgeon and a neurologist who had conducted initial research on animals at the SEI in Waltham traveled to Saigon with a CIA team. There, the neurosurgeon implanted electrodes in 3 Viet Cong prisoners' brains at Bien Hao Hospital. Quote, after he'd hinged back the flap in their skulls, and the team spent a week attempting to electronically instigate a knife fight amongst the unfortunate subjects. They were unsuccessful, and the CIA doctors flew home. As previously arranged in the case of failure, Thomas writes, while the physicians were still in the air, the prisoners were shot by Green Beret troopers and their bodies burned.
Lord.
Bro, they wanted to do that to Compton and Oakland.
Dude, they did.
Subliminal messaging.
They did.
Do I believe in subliminal messaging? Yes. Do I believe it's effective on everybody? No. When I worked for Malco, did I see some vintage 1960s splice tape that said buy Coke? You bet your ass.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen those too, where it's like the old school fucking, yeah, buy Coke or fucking, are you thirsty?
Yeah.
It's like, what? that a frame that just said, "Are you thirsty?"
So we made it to $1.40 today. That's not bad. And now we're ready to open up the lines.
Yeah, we're ready to open up the Discord. Let's
Because,
pop this sucker open. I probably seemed a little bit quiet the last couple of days. My throat's been a little meh. But so you probably heard my voice go in and out a bit last few days.
But yeah, if anybody wants to hop in the Discord, please.
Yeah, we've got her open now. Let's see here. Let me grab my window capture and switch that sucker open, because check this out. I now run the entire show.
Oh, excellent.
So if you want to, for the sake of the audience, if you need to big screen some shit, oh come on now. If you need to, like, you know, make something you're watching larger, you just open it on.
Oh no, John, it wasn't you kill off the female lead to cause people not to see the film. You kill off the female lead to call the producers to cancel further production so that they can make an insurance claim.
Yeah.
You know, I believe they brought in her sister or someone to finish like 3 or 4 scenes, but he fought to get the movie made in ShowScan. That didn't work. And so then he fought to get the movie made.
Yeah, sounds like it. Man, what a weird...
But like the
weirdest
thing,
Nazi fucking plan. Is this just another branch of like what started as Nazi op and turned into legit like us using it?
I've said many times, you know, the Nazis had probably a more successful atomic program than we give them credit for. I think far more successful. And they didn't classify that as highly as they classified their mind war program, their worldview warfare.
Yeah. Their propaganda game was...
because you're dealing with people who, not unlike royals, think far past, because they're fanatics. They think far past their own lifespans. They're willing to commit to a plan they'll never personally see finished.
Yeah, they're planting seeds in a garden they'll never actually get to see fully grown. That's how it seems to be in government.
But I mean, you know, it's so interesting because you have Walken, whose career is made through a ton of different films. Like, he's in The Deer Hunter, right?
Yeah.
Like, as I recall, he's the guy who at the very end shoots himself. He's definitely in The Deer Hunter. I can't remember if it's...
He's definitely in The Deer Hunter.
It's him.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's that straight up. He's definitely in The Deer Hunter.
You know? Who was it? One of these guys, I want to say Klein, but one of them's associated with the movie Jacob's Ladder.
His character in Pulp Fiction. The Vietnam vet that smuggled the watch in his ass.
Yeah.
Out of Vietnam.
There you go.
Out of World War II.
Korea. Out of Korea.
Excuse me. There's another. Sorry. I was like, no, it's an attachment to, it's a shout out to that crowd.
It really feels like it is.
Yeah, okay. So that's why we also, like Red Foreman was a veteran of Korea.
Yeah.
Which you only see father figures or like older paternal figures.
Well, because, dude, Korea might as well have been an extension of World War II.
Yeah, you almost hear, I don't know, you don't hear too much about it.
No, they all but tried to erase it, and it's partially because we didn't win.
Yeah, I was going to say, because we didn't win, sorry.
No, not at all, man. We didn't win, it's still at a stalemate. It's, honestly, the Korea situation is just beyond bizarre.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if your nation is Florida, and right above you, Georgia and Alabama really want you dead.
Yeah. It's logistically a really strange situation. The fact that it's been at a standstill and literally a peninsula has been split in half for this long.
Yeah.
7 years.
Is so bizarre.
You know, but I think that one thing that seems obvious to me is that there are programs in place to when they are running bizarre sci-fi shit, they put movies out about it.
Yeah.
Maybe to discredit people talking about it.
Yeah, where they're like, hey, that's some fucking Lawnmower Man shit. And it's like, nah, bitch. They're hardwiring people.
You know, the same guy, like I said, goes on to be in The Exorcist. Now, The Exorcist is one of the most culturally important one of the most culturally important movies that we had in the U.S.
Yes.
Partially because it forced a new talk about religion. And this was at the same time that most people don't realize in the late 60s until the early 70s, religious people in the U.S., church people, didn't tend to vote.
Oh, that's true.
Like that was if you were very religious, you were like, that's an earthly thing. Let Caesar do what Caesar's going to do. That was a very common attitude, almost universally in the U.S. It's not until the issues that start in the 60s, like the social issues of the 60s, that people start seeking political solutions like that because they're terrified.
Yeah.
Like Americans were overwhelmingly apolitical. Like, to be honest, that's
were.
part of the reason that we ended up where we did.
Yeah.
Like there was a time in the 20s and 30s where America was very, very socialist. Like the International Workers of the World, the Wobblies, like all of that, the labor unions and everything. We had moved very heavily towards socialism.
And where to start, you know? I mean, you guys, you mentioned way back a little while ago about the play that had all those names in it, including Jason Miller.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's called the happiness cage.
Yep.
Now you turn around, okay? I mean, yeah, you could say we're fucking everybody I've ever met turns out to be like what do you call it, schizophrenic. Whenever I've been encountered in a lot of therapies and rehabs, and you always meet that one guy who's always into the Kennedy assassination. I don't know why, and thinks that there's people listening to him. You know, I don't know. Okay, even that Wicked Wanda guy I told the story about one time. Yeah. He had a belief. He had a little brother that would land in a flying saucer on his arm and take blood samples. Okay, now of course that's insanity. All right, but now if you want to look at it, you guys mentioned the play. You mentioned the guy from The Exorcist, and then lo and behold, The Exorcist was the movie where they got in trouble for planting the subliminal messages.
Subliminal messages.
Connection? I don't know.
No, absolutely. They did similar research on Friday the 13th. Like they did different cuts to see what would make people scream louder. And there's like a scene with just a flash, just like a single frame of a skull, you know?
Right.
And I'm one of those people, I can see a single frame.
Yeah.
Like I might even be able to give you an idea of what's in it. I'm one of those people who can tell. If you try and flash something on me, I catch it every time.
Yeah.
But
I was a projectionist also. You know, I loved it, man. During the weeks, it was fantastic. I'm familiar with the 7mm. I'm also familiar. I'm not quite sure about the details, but I understand that when Peter Jackson did his Lord of the Rings movies, he did them in like this faster or slower. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, he did it in 60 frames a second.
Okay, yeah, and he said it made for a more quality image doing it that way.
It makes for a more technically clear image, but you know he got a lot of complaints about that, and I think that really it had more to do with an inability to adjust his depth of field. Okay, I'll give you an example of how this works. If you've ever seen anything Joss Whedon does, it all looks like it's lit for television, and that fucks with my immersion. Like that's just me, but it does. I'm colorblind. Like I have trouble with reds and greens. So and artificial light fucks with me. And even that was enough. Even that's enough to be like, this looks like a soap opera. You know.
I was talking to my my brothers-in-laws, and the one that was a cameraman for Jerry Springer, like I said, right? Mm-hmm. And I was talking to him about a situation that I still haven't gotten. He said he understood me, but he might have just been nice. But there's a situation that I've seen, and I can give you the example, chapter and verse, so I don't have to spend a lot of time. But basically, it's this: watching the Transformers movie, okay, right, with what's the name, Samantha Fox, whatever her name is. Yeah. Anyway, watching that movie, watching the behind-the-scenes shit, okay, that comes with the DVD. I love that stuff. Okay, they're showing a scene where what's his name is on the hood of a car. Okay, and one of the Transformers, the bad ones, is coming down like between his legs. He just narrowly misses getting hit, and then he rolls to the side, and a fist comes down, and then we see that the fist is being controlled by radio control off camera. Anyway, they show us that whole scene, okay, and the way it is live as it's being filmed, it has more of that soap opera look, you know, like a home movie almost of somebody at Disney World. Then when you see it side by side, which they show you with all the smoke effects added and the lighting effect, it takes on a look like a regular motion picture you'd expect. It's kind of bullshit.
It's modern digital processing. It's not just that, they also do color correction. If you like behind the scenes, look at the behind the scenes on Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? They
Yeah.
filmed that movie in Mississippi in the spring. It looks like Ireland. It's so green there at that time, right? But they were looking for a Dust Bowl look. So that's why it's so color corrected to damn near sepia tone, right? And that helps with immersion, you know?
It also, and it makes it look like it's old fashioned, which is what was needed.
Because subconsciously you associate it with that. You have an association that says this is old timey. This is why when I walk outside, I see what they shoot and call Mexico all the time. It's Arizona. It's not Mexico. I've seen photos of Mexico. Mexico's fucking gorgeous. It's not hot, arid desert where everything's blown out reds and oranges. You know, but they're subconsciously associating it with it for you.
Have you ever noticed? Okay, we haven't had the technology hasn't been necessary for us to use 8mm or 16mm home movies, which I used to collect those. I love them. But anyway, 8mm, 16mm, or even VHS tape, right? But if you look at a say, just for example, there's one that pops into my head. Okay, a modern show like the Gilmore Girls. Okay, my daughters are watching that.
Right.
Anyway, so they're watching that, and oh look, I was just watching an old family video, and they put it on the TV, and it might supposed to have been on videotape, or it might even supposed to be on DVD, but they seem to have to, the way I see it, they seem to have to add the effect of an old-timey 8mm projector, like with tears in it and scratches in it.
They've never
just to make
found a way to shorthand it effectively. And keep in mind, most viewers now are younger than you or me. I'm 43, right? A lot of people did not grow up with as much exposure to that type of home movie, so they'll conflate the 80s with the 60s in aesthetics sometimes. like in terms of visual film aesthetic.
Oh, it always annoys me because, it's supposed to be some kid who right now is 20 years old. So they're going and they're showing them their baby photos, which means it would have been sometime in the
dude, the one
90s.
that gets me is when they put fake scan lines over a widescreen.
Yeah.
It's like, no, there was never a CRT. Like, there were like 4 CRTs like that, and you never saw one. Like, that was not a thing, though. So, but this is all how they subconsciously manipulate you to have more emotional resonance with art. This is why I started studying hypnosis. I'm a musician. I'm a multimedia artist, but I view myself primarily as a musician. And to see how people, like, you put on a good performance. Like, I'm an especially competent guitar player. And if I put on a really good guitar performance in front of somebody who's in the front row and they lose their damn shit, because many people are quite capable of playing as fast as me and faster and better. Most people are not, and you rarely see it in person. If you are 5 feet away from it, some people have damn near a religious experience, and I wanted to know why. Because I've been on the other side of that. Right? Like, I've been the dude in the crowd who's like, holy shit, just staring at a guy's hands as a guitar player because I didn't know what was going on, and I couldn't even believe fingers could move that fast. But I wanted to know what was going on. Why? Why do we do that? Why do people hold up artists and celebrities as being important? What's the function of that?
Because it's maybe something you can't do, maybe.
Well, that's the catalyst, but why is that important? Why are you looking at, like, especially if you're not going to do it, right? Like, Don't get me wrong. I appreciate being appreciated. My ego says thank you. Like, very, very much. I didn't learn that guitar just for me, even though I compulsively play it to keep myself entertained,
Right.
But, yeah, the idea of celebrity's always been odd because you know how it is, man. Celebrities who are just celebrities. So... How do I put this? Celebrities who don't actually offer anything meaningful other than entertainment, And I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying, well, why do we hold these people up? Like, why are the Kardashians so important to us?
And not me. But
not you, but to us as a culture, they're profoundly important. I can't tell you why. I've got my suspicions, and I think most of it is because subconsciously we operate as like a cross between a chimp and a bonobo. Like, that's my suspicion. And I'm really literal about that too. I think that our subconscious hasn't really evolved, and that it uses rationality and language as a tool to achieve whatever ends it's already decided on.
Right. And I still go back to, I think it's also a matter of I can't do that, so I really super respect the people who can. But then you have on the other side assholes like Kevin Costner, who my uncle pointed out to me one time. He was going off on a rant because he goes, that motherfucker's sitting there, okay, makes some of the most expensive movies you've ever seen that turn out to be crap. Mm-hmm. And he talks about he would give up all his fame to have his anonymity back. And my uncle would say, well, why don't you go live in the fucking woods then, Stop complaining. Oh, right. Okay.
Well, no, that's one. Like, as an artist, that's one. I like to make art. I don't really seek fame. Like, I'm doing this show because I want to talk about these subjects because I don't have many people to talk to about them. And it's a little crazy, but any claim that I make, go look it up. And if you find something counter to it, then let's talk about it,
Dig.
But in terms of otherwise, like in terms of wanting to understand things like hypnosis or mind control, I grew up next to a SAC base in the Cold War. Like, I was inundated with anti-Russian propaganda and these memes about mind control. And then suddenly in the 90s, everybody's like, oh, that was all made up.
Right.
Hypnosis, that's not real. Well, I know hypnosis is real in that, not from a sense of almost gnosis, right? I have experienced it and I can do it to people quite handily. Everyone? No. I can sit here and explain it all day long. But I'm also going to say, well, this is the model I utilize to engineer an effect. I'm not saying the assumptions I have are truth. They're just the model I'm operating on. But I get this effect far more often than I don't.
Well, Special, I'm not asking you, I wouldn't dream of asking you on here in public if you would do this. But what I'd like to know is, do you believe it's possible that someone could go up to, like I watched this hypnotist go in England, this guy, and he's
Darren Brown?
Huge. I don't remember the name, it was years ago, but he went up to a horse betting track, okay?
Yeah.
And convinced the person that he had won big, even though he did not. And the guy looked at his ticket, and it's sort of like saying, these aren't the droids you're looking for, right? And he did that to the guy, and the guy hands him over, which he gave it back, but he was just trying to show he could do it. He got the guy.
That guy's name, that guy is someone I've studied extensively. His name's Darren Brown. You know Simon Pegg, right?
Yeah.
Look up Darren Brown hypnotizes Simon Pegg.
Okay.
And there's a video, it's about 7 minutes long, and it shows you the process twice, but the second time, and he's using what's called conversational hypnosis, okay? It's not like you are getting sleepy. It's like you don't realize I'm fucking hypnotizing you.
Okay, and so that does make it possible to do what I was talking about, right?
The thing is, it's a pick your mark situation, and I'm using con man terms for a reason, because a lot of these techniques were developed by stage magicians, hypnotists, and con men, confidence men, who understood how people think. You can't be a con man without being able to guess how people are going to react. You can't be a hypnotist without being able to really well guess how people are going to react. Right? You can't pull off a stage magic trick without understanding how people think, so you can trick them into believing they just saw the impossible.
That blows my mind, man. Hold on, I'm sorry. I have warplanes go over all day and night here, man.
Oh yeah, I feel you, dude. A-10's over here, man. It's unnerving. I'm not used to seeing a sky gun over me all the time.
We're half a mile from an airstrip, and they have regular planes and military vehicles. So anyway, it gets loud. But no, I'm fascinated by that stuff because, like I said, the guy convinced the person behind the counter that he had won the big money. And proceeded to hand.
Dude, you can watch a video of him going through New York doing that. He goes into a jewelry, and he's using white paper instead of green money, just white paper, the size of money. He walks into a jewelry store and buys a ring. The only dude who catches him is the hot dog vendor.
Huh. Interesting.
The horse track thing is a bit of a trick. That one's called The System. And like you saw him do that trick with the convincing the guy on to swap that he had a winning ticket when he didn't, right? And that was an aside within that entire show. But his whole thing there is like Darren Brown's real good about telling you exactly how what he does works.
Right.
So he'll go through and like in the system, he demonstrates how he picks every single horse. And it's by, he sent out a bunch of email chains to thousands of people with every fucking option. And out of like, he did the math, and out of 1,000 of them, one of them will win every one. And that's the person who he's convincing that he knows what is going on.
So how does one know whether they have the ability to do the hypnosis, or can anybody learn that?
I believe, honestly, I believe anybody that's got enough insight into that has the social function of being able to predict how someone else is going to, that they remotely know is going to react, has the capability to learn. I don't believe everybody has the capability to be hypnotized. I can hypnotize myself. I've had some people put me into a light trance, but because I've dealt personally with enough trauma that makes me hypersensitive to linguistic manipulation like that, right? I'm always looking out for it. And this becomes an issue, like, because let's say I went to a hypnotist. I'm just going to have to decide. First, I'm going to have to go to a guy that I don't know who's a professional, like a real professional, right?
Right.
So that I believe that they're not going to somehow fuck me up. Because I do believe that is possible. And then, yeah, I'm going to just let them do whatever, because I understand there's no relationship there other than them being a professional and trying to get my money by doing what they're supposed to do. Right?
Right.
Anybody else, I might be worried there's another motivation to manipulate me. And so I'm going to have trouble. Yeah. Now, if I went to another hypnotist to teach me who was going to hypnotize me as part of it, or when you're teaching people this, hypnotists have what they call, what within the trade is often called hypnotist sickness, which is, I'm so busy trying to understand your technique in real time, I'm not going into a trance because I'm engaging what's called the critical factor instead of letting it go.
See, I've never been any to accomplish anything like that. The closest thing I've ever come, if it's close to it at all, was and it pointed out by my kids, my wife, and it might be connected to why I have been a drunk and an addict, right? But it seems that it doesn't work involving myself, unfortunately. It's always like the term, I don't practice what I preach.
Yeah.
But as far as being intuitive enough that, and I've done this and impressed the entire family with it, but I wasn't trying, but I'm able to like watch when those snipers were walking around the DC area, okay? And I think it was because I lived there myself, and all the area they were hitting, I'd been around there. So for some reason, I sat there and I didn't even notice, but the family did. We're watching that case, following it like we were laundry now, right?
Yeah.
And it turned out to be two guys. And I was sitting back there like on day 2 when they call into the cops, and it almost was like comic book villains. They kept on calling the cops and bragging about what they were doing, but nobody ever guessed. But I sat there and I said, that guy's not working alone. Okay. And I had my reasons why I believed it. Okay. At the time, I don't remember now. And then I also said, and you know what? I bet you they're not in a white van like everybody was looking for. Yeah. I had, what would be a better position to be in if you're in a car? Laying down on your stomach if you're a sniper, and sure enough, they figured out that's what they were doing also.
Okay, now John,
like that.
What you're doing there tactically from like a military perspective for a combat situation is what you have to learn how to do mentally to be able to second guess people well enough to predict their behavior if you're going to engage in conversational hypnosis. Guys like Darren Brown are on such a high level of understanding human behavior, they can do it to strangers.
Yeah.
Well, see,
Darren Brown's genuinely frightening.
Yeah, Darren Brown is absolutely terrifying. I am, and if you want to hear some, ridiculousness, I don't believe they ever got rid of the position of court magician in England, and I'm pretty sure he's the current court magician.
Yeah.
But it was funny to me, and then again, not patting my own back or something. But one time I told my wife, she was having a problem with another family member, or a cousin or whatever. And the cousin was saying a lot of shit. And I don't remember the details. Thank lucky for you. But they were saying a lot of shit about her, and or telling her that somebody else, okay, a third party, was saying some nasty shit about my wife. And I said, okay, all right. But I said, think about this. And it's funny because this, what I'm about to say, turned up in an AA, reading material, right? And I was like, damn, I already had that. And I wasn't even in AA. But what happens is I told her, okay, what must this chick be saying about you that made people around her comfortable enough to say whatever they were saying about you? Okay, keep that in mind. And, that may not be such a big enlightenment, an epiphany for some people. But, to the wife, she was like, wow. I mean, for years, she's told me, well, you're the one who told me about, if she's saying that shit about you, what must she was, And I was like, yeah, I mean, it just occurred to me. It just seemed like common sense. How must a family member be close enough to people that they felt comfortable enough to say something about my wife, knowing that she was a family member, right?
Yeah.
And I said, come on, it just makes fucking sense, But on the other side of it, okay, I was mentioning to you earlier the Flowers for Algernon made as a movie called Charlie, right?
Dude, Flowers for Algernon. I had to read Flowers for Algernon in 6th grade, and it traumatized the shit out of me.
I had to too. But I like the movie, okay, with Cliff Robertson. And some of what you guys were talking about today just really seemed to kind of run parallel to that fictional science in there, tampering with the brain to even give you temporary intelligence, a little different. Than the lawnmower.
Hey, why don't you look up what the military is doing right now with this type of technology? They've got a device that goes right here on the outside of your head that they say speeds up learning through transcranial electromagnetic stimulation.
Yeah.
Most of the stuff that look at Boston Dynamics, recently sold to Hyundai with their big dog thing, and then look up walking truck. I've got a link in the Discord. They had one in the 60s. In the 60s.
That fascinated me. It sounds like a transformer.
Exactly.
And something that just popped into my head after you said that about the technology for the education. Okay, when I was a kid, we're talking about second, third grade. They took out something because I had learning disabilities, and we know now it's called ADHD and bipolar. But there wasn't any of that diagnosis back in the early '70s. So here I was in school, and the teacher took out something that looked like a oversized pen or a microphone even. Okay, and I don't remember how it worked because it's been so long ago, but basically you touch the side of your neck with this thing, right? Mm-hmm. And it gave you vowels, okay, because that's what we were learning at the time in our math problems, but it actually vibrated them into your head, okay? And even back then, even as a little kid, I was like, this seems like something from a movie.
That's either bone conduction or transcranial induction. Be weird if it was transcranial induction, but my man, I have talked to too many people your age and older who specifically remembering having weird technologies either demonstrated on television in their area or in their schools that I've got no reason to disbelieve that it could be either of those. The more you look at it...
It was a clear plastic. It was a clear plastic tube. It was shaped just like a big fat pen or a cigar, right? Yes. And it had a bulbous end on it, and you could see all the workings inside of it. It ran on a couple of batteries or something, and when you put it up to your neck, you could feel the vibration of it. Okay, and it would do whatever they wanted it to do, tell you whatever it's supposed to tell you, and they felt that you would better get it when you were in my position with a learning disability. Somehow it would work better for you if you had this stuff vibrate into your body.
Okay, and I can explain the mindset behind why they thought that, and that has to do with what they call modes of communication or metaphors of communication, and these are all sensory, right? We parse the world in metaphors. We communicate in metaphor and simile. Right? We say this is like that. Either that or we use math to describe it mathematically. One of the two.
Okay.
Metaphors are made up of sensory input, touch, taste, etc.
Yes.
And people
Right.
dominantly think in terms of visual auditory metaphors. That's our dominant senses for most people. Not everyone. Some people don't have internal visual capability. They cannot imagine inside like that. They don't have a visual analog. Right?
Oh, see, Central, that goes hand in hand. That's fucking amazing. You would say that.
But let me finish my thought real quick.
I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. I just let me get it out.
There's one more they did to us.
But so you've got all these different things, and one of the modes of communication is through kinesthetic metaphors, body metaphors. I feel this way. You got me? That's They were thinking in an astounding literalist sense, like if they cross-wired at the same time the auditory information and a physically sensory bit of information at the same time, functionally you would have it in two places in your brain that were tied together neurologically. As they say in neurology, if it fires together, it wires together.
That's fucking amazing, man.
Now, whether or not it worked, you were probably functionally a school research subject.
That's how I've never seen that technology, and I've had multiple kids that I grew up with and have raised that have been through speech therapy.
Communicative metaphor technology like that, the concept has gone in and out of fashion over the course of the last 40 years. Basically, and so you'll see it come and go. It's just like how recently we suffered through the new math again. Like Common Core standards did nothing. They didn't actually change the stats positively or negatively. All they did was make it so people couldn't help their kids with math, right? And it's because they were trying to use all these different new metaphors to communicate with kids, because they're like, well, the old way only communicates with some kids. And I'm like, my view on it is, well, that's true, but some things you have to learn by rote. Like math especially. Like you don't need a process for doing multiplication. You need to memorize up through about 144 on your up through 12 by 12 on your multiplication tables. Just do it so you know it. So when I say what's 5 times 4, you don't think about it. You say it's 20.
Yep.
And they always had this shortcut they used to give me because I'm terrible at math, man. I made it to college for a semester, but I cheated. Anyway, but they remembering that on the times tables, there was always the one that was just flipped over from another one towards the end. Like, in other words, the 6 tables could also work as the 9.
Absolutely. No, well, dude, all of those little shortcuts are what made me tolerable at math.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only way you get through it.
Yeah, like knowing that if you need to know what something times 9 is, just multiply it by 10, then subtract the number. Yeah. Like, if I don't remember it, I'm there.
I had a really cool math teacher one time break it down into street slang for me, give me context, because that's my problem. I'm good at the word problems, but boy, do I hate contextless, monotonous work.
Yeah. If it's just that, well, it's because your brain hasn't been taught well enough to view that as just a language.
Exactly.
Well, I have one more question for you, but first I just wanted to mention another technique they found popular, at least with me, to do was take my spelling words home that you're supposed to learn every week, and go home and have one of the parents, write with their finger on your back the different letters. Like, so you're spelling cat, right? C written on your back, A and T, and you'd feel that. So it really does feed into what you're talking about. The two different.
They were trying to, and the idea was what they should have taught you is Helen Keller sign language at the same time.
What's that?
I know who she is. In the Miracle Worker, if you look, like when you communicate with Helen Keller, you have to put your hand into her hand so she can feel the signs.
Yeah.
There's an astounding amount of nerves in the hands. If you look up a picture of what they call a sensory homunculus, it's a drawing of what we would look like if our nerve. It's like wherever you have the most nerves is represented bigger. So like the drawings on have huge lips and hands, right? And it should have gone into your hand like they already knew to do with Helen Keller. But nobody's cross-correlating, and everything's real cowboy during that time period.
Yeah.
So that we don't. I'm always guilty of this, guys. But I'm sorry, but so I don't take you too far away from what you were talking about. I want to go back to this thing that I don't know if this is anything like that or not, or what you were talking about. But one thing that I had a shrink tell me once, okay, because I had this weird habit, okay, and I want to ask you if you can remember the name of this, but what it is, okay, I don't have photographic memory, okay. I remember events in such detail that they've accused me of that, okay, but it's my family. They don't know any better, and they're like, that's amazing. You still remember doing that when you were 5? I'm like, yeah, I remember.
Put a little closer to your mic.
Okay, I said it's probably part of the reason that I have such enjoyment of antique stuff and collectible toys, and I'm getting a lot of feedback. What's going on? Fucking up here. So I had such. I'm always interested in stuff from my past, like my old toys and stuff, and that is because I've had almost perfect memory about the stuff. But what's even weirder, and I had this pointed out to me, okay. I can have a stack of movie posters, okay? And back in the day, the posters used to all arrive at the theater folded, okay?
Yeah.
So I had hundreds of them, okay? They're all white on the back side, and they're folded over. All you can see is the white parts, okay? But I've done this with all kinds of things, okay? So the stack of movie posters would be sitting on my. Wait, something's wrong with my speaker. The stack of posters would be sitting on my floor, and I could look at the backs of them, and about 20 down, okay, just by the way that one's bent on the spine of the fold, okay, I knew which one that one was.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's never failed me. And somebody told me it was something called didactic memory or
Didactic.
something. What is that?
Well, I don't know if I could give you the best. Didactic memory is basically what we call a photographic memory now. But to give you some insight into this, I believe it was the Greeks. It might have been the Spartans. Whenever they had a big, important event, right, that needed to be memorized, they'd pick one of their kids. Like there was an event that needed to be witnessed, so it could be referenced later. They'd pick one of their kids that morning and beat them to within an inch of their life. Like, I mean, bad.
Well, you told me about that. Told me about that.
And then they would recall that perfectly. That's because trauma induces memory recall with extreme clarity in an attempt to inform you so you are no longer putting yourself in a situation that can have that trauma happen again. But you now just have the ability in your mind to recall like that. Yeah, because you may be able to apply it to damn near anything.
Yeah, because it's not trauma. I mean, we're talking about something that actually one of my passions, right? So I'll have this stack of posters sitting there, all the white side up, just like playing cards. You can't see what the faces are. And they all look identical, but there'll be a one or two little tears of folds that always tell me, oh, that's my Planet of the Apes poster. And I needed to go in and get that out of the stack. I could go right to it.
Well, you're super visually aware. You got me? That's one of the reasons you like movies, is because you really enjoy visual stimulus, right? You obviously, glasses or no, like I wear glasses, but like thick glasses, but Jake will tell you that I'm visually aware enough that I'll find dirt to clean he didn't see.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the trauma isn't necessarily related. It doesn't have to be a physical trauma, and it's not necessarily related to the subject of recall. You just have the ability of extreme recall that may be related to very early trauma. This goes back to something that we were talking about with the whole Leonard Kille thing. It seems in a lot of these programs where they were trying to create alternate identity spies or whatever, that they realized that they can induce a series of different effects in the human organism as long as they've been through a lot of trauma as a kid.
Yeah.
Right? That if things were bad when you were so young you could barely defend for yourself, you will be sensitized to avoid those things through recall. And this probably has something to do with the fact that for the vast majority of human existence up until the 20th century, most people lived and died within 5 to 20 miles.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny, and you know,
so we are evolved to memorize everything within a 5 to 20 mile radius and live there.
Well, you know, the whole I don't know, philosophy, I guess you could call it, of AA is the belief that men and women who are alcoholics and drug addicts, okay, our perceptions or whatever, you know, they had, our growth is maturity wise stunted when we started picking up the stuff. Okay. So in my case, it's about age 15. All right. And sure enough, I mean, it's been proven to me time and again, I'm basically this immature 15-year-old, which is part of the reason I still like all the same shit I liked when I was 15, you know, and I find that fascinating.
No, that's sort of where I'm at, man. Like I'm very much locked in my childhood on some levels because I dealt with a smorgasbord of different emotional, visual traumas, you know? And I'm not just throwing that word around. Like I went to a school where I looked left while being late for class once and saw a girl stab a guy in the eye. Mm-hmm. Like it was violent. It was a violent place. And growing up in a context of next to an air base that was a top 10 nuclear strike target, and they let us all know.
Yeah.
Right.
You know.
Well,
we were talking about something earlier, not earlier today, but in a prior feed. I really, really respect the power of art. Like I don't blame art for anything. I do blame the misapplication of art for a lot of things. Yeah. Because, like I said, propaganda is made out of art.
Yeah.
Right. But it's not just that. Like we have physiological reactions to what we see on screen or the implications thereof. That's why horror movies are exciting. Mm-hmm. You know, it's because they do get your adrenaline up based on you don't choose to get excited. You choose to watch the movie.
I say, you know, they say art imitates life, but sometimes I look at it the complete opposite. Sometimes. Sometimes, absolutely. And I, you know, it's because art has the power to communicate without need for words, even though it may use words. The majority of art doesn't need words to communicate emotion and feeling and often even concept.
I feel like I do that. That's kind of my goal behind a lot of my musical career. I make a lot of instrumental music.
You know, and if you want to see the power of art, right? Look at those Nazi drawings of Jews where they're all like this. That's the power of art.
Yeah.
Well, earlier,
and I'm not a censorship person or a ban person. You know, I'm a respect person.
Well, earlier, we were talking about that a little while ago, and I just wrote, and you saw it. I wrote, one flew over. Okay, and you knew what I was talking about. I didn't have to elaborate.
Absolutely.
And, you know, that's, to me, that's the power of something being so in our consciousness that we can say it in shorthand, you know?
In the 70s, it is because it becomes a mimetic icon. Like that movie becomes a container for a set of concepts neatly wrapped over where people in the know can say one flew over and you'll just know. I don't even have to say the cuckoo's nest.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right? That is how powerful art is.
And
that's why when parents get upset about their kids being exposed to art, or people are worried that people's actions have been affected by art, I mean, I keep an open mind. I do. I don't blame the art. I blame the misapplication. I've got no problem with horror movies. I've got a problem with a culture that says, let's focus on a bunch of Eli Roth material, but never really talk about how it does affect us subconsciously in our outlook.
Yeah.
Like that's my problem. And I'm not saying we shouldn't make it, or even we should mock it, or we should say it's distasteful. Like, dude, here's the thing. Maybe that's what makes you feel good and helps you get through the day, is just chilling out by watching horror for whatever reason.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. I don't care. It doesn't affect me, right?
I told you before, the family, we used to have our official Psycho Sundays, we called it. Mm-hmm. And I noticed for me, okay, and you know, your kids are usually a byproduct of you and the missus. And for me, okay, Frankenstein, Dracula, Freddy, Jason, go on and on and on. whoever, okay, doesn't even destroy us at all. It doesn't bother us in the least, okay? My dad took me to see, after my mom and he were divorced, I went to visit him, and he lived in D.C., and I went to visit him, and he took me to see The Omen while I was there, right? And when he came, I was 10 years old, when he brought me back, my mom gives him a bunch of hell and says, oh yeah, but you're not the one who's got to be here when he wakes up having nightmares, okay? But I think she freaked out. I think she freaked out even more when I slept like a baby, okay?
Right.
And began my love of horror movies, right? Didn't have the first problem with it, okay? Lady jumping out of a window with a noose around her neck, hey, bring it on, okay? Didn't have a problem with it. So what I had to do nowadays, when we have the Psycho Sundays, I had I don't even get my adrenaline going the slightest bit watching The Exorcist or The Omen, okay? I'm looking at it for the Dick Smith makeup or what have you, right? So I can't be pressured by those. But the ones I can have a little bit of an adrenaline rush and get excited about are the ones where a regular family is being brutalized and terrorized by basically regular looking people that happen to be psychotic, right?
Yeah, that's terrifying because you can put yourself in that position.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The last horror movie I tried to watch and I turned off is called The Green Room. It's not particularly a horror movie, but it's one that resonates with me as a guy who played in punk bands for a while and is worried about Nazis. Like when that kid pulled his arm back from getting cut on, I turned the fucking movie off because I had such an overwhelming emotional response that I couldn't take. This was not fun. Now, why did I find horror movies fun? And I think it goes back to both of us being ADHD, right? We need stimulation that we aren't getting. And those films didn't just give us adrenaline, right? They allowed us to normalize ourselves to it, relax ourselves through repeated viewing in it, to the point that now, like yourself, I can, if I'm not immersed, right? If it doesn't resonate with me totally to the point that I'm just in it, like that type of movie you were talking about with the home invasion, I can just technically look at this film with total detachment, like a brain surgeon cutting on someone's skull.
Yeah, because people thought I was a sick mofo.
No, you have visually induced clinical detachment within the context of horror film. Like, you couldn't cut on somebody's skull. I bet the smell would get you.
Well, yeah, I can't deal with real injury at all. Okay, when it's real, I can watch Tom Savini do the same exact injury in makeup, and I know it's makeup, But like I watched that movie, I Spit on Your Grave, the original one. Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, I'm checking out. Her name was Camille Keaton, and I'm checking out Miss Keaton going, she's hot. Now this woman's getting brutalized, repeatedly gang raped. Okay, and I know she goes back at the end and she gets them all back, right? And I wouldn't dream of saying this to anybody except you guys now, but I'm looking at her like she's pretty hot because I know she's an actress, and that's not really happening.
And here's the thing, I would say that, and this is where it gets sort of like where my ideas become a little unpopular. But once again, I'm not.
Yeah.
I want informed consent. Yeah. Okay. It's something Leonard Kille didn't have. And when I know enough about neurobiology, which I just do as a layman,
right,
to know that if you associate things, they do create a biological link in your brain, for whatever that may mean, right? That when they spent a long time in the 70s in the middle of a violence outbreak after getting shut down for wanting to basically Leonard Kille Compton, that it seems like they were trying to crosswire as much sex and violence into people, specifically hard sex and hard violence, as they could get away with showing for the era, so that it would be in those people who are already crazy and violent, right? And I'm going to give you an example. Like, I think that the movie that led to the most physical injuries of the 1990s is American History X.
Okay.
There was no word like curb stomp before that in the public culture. There might have been in some particularly extreme cultures that in general were smart enough to keep to themselves because they didn't want to go to jail.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a meme. But after it became a meme, it became a thing that tough-ass gangster 15-year-olds did to each other.
Well,
I'm
that
just
is
saying
amazing.
it catalyzed it by exposing the idea. I'm not saying we should have censored it. I'm saying we should just talk about it and realize, to my mind, that why are we looking at these things? Well, because it excites us. Like, and that's fine. And I'm not just that's fine. But like, for real, like there's no problem with exploring even brutality through art. And in fact, it's very important and should not be censored. But also,
I find,
maybe we should do something about a culture that has a bunch of people who are not getting the medical treatment that they need. A lot of them kids who get sucked up into things like organized crime, where they're going to emulate folks that they see because they don't have anything but a TV to emulate. They're bored. And I'm a firm believer, monkey see, monkey do. That's literally how we as primates learned until we developed language.
And it's still how we learn. There's still.
And I'm not comfortable saying any of these things.
I've trained plenty of visual learners. You know what I mean? Some people learn by watching you do it, and that's like, you know, when you limit the amount of potential stimuli, when there's no fucking good example.
And here's the reason why. I think in general, brutality is a learned behavior.
Yeah.
Like sadism may be a thing that may be somewhat innate, but creative brutality like that, exploring how to go about using physics to demolish humans, that's the sort of thing that you have to have a clinical detachment towards violence to be able to contemplate without throwing up on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love these kids. These kids walk around. They weren't even born in 1983. Okay, they weren't born until after, but they're wearing the Scarface T-shirts. It's hilarious,
dude.
You know, it's
dude.
I'm like, what the hell? You weren't even there, dude.
That's a movie. That's a movie. No, I'll tell you what movie. The first movie that I recall. I think I was 16 and we'd rented Casino, and I probably had to turn that movie. And I'm not really the type of movie person who doesn't sit through a movie. I'm there for the ride. Like, I know it's very likely to be intense. But yeah, I had to turn off Casino at least twice. Like when they put the dude's head in the vice, I had to turn it off and compose myself for like an hour. When they beat Joe Pesci, I cried. I started crying, man. Joe Pesci's not somebody I should. Joe Pesci's character in that was not somebody I should be crying over.
Yeah, especially in that movie.
Yeah. Like, I want to be clear. But man, what a miserable way to be killed.
Yeah, it was an intense scene regardless. But yeah.
Well, I find the movie. I'm
not afraid. I'm not afraid to admit these things at all. I'm one of those people that unfortunately gets called hypermasculine a lot. But
which
yeah,
again,
dude,
it's funny to me knowing you personally as like you were one of the most sympathetic humans I know.
It's
like,
partially
your
it's because
ability to feel sympathy for genuinely any party.
Because I'm 6 foot tall, around 200 pounds, and I forget that I'm big, and I walk around frowning with resting bitch face all the time, and I'm certain I must look intimidating to people who are going to be automatically intimidated by me.
Desert folk don't fuck with us when we walk.
Yeah, man. You know, look, I spent a long time intentionally affecting that as well. I was a scared person when I was younger. And when I was in that heavy metal outfit, I assure you, I had a lot of spikes and the most offensive of t-shirts, you know?
Well, I find that the movie Deliverance, to me, is a lot more powerful and scary than like The Exorcist or Halloween by a long shot.
Oh, who was it? One of the guys who was in the film version of Happiness Cage was in Deliverance that same year.
Ronnie Cox.
Ronnie Cox, yeah.
Yeah,
Ronnie Cox. That movie made an impact on America, and I'm going to tell you, as a Southerner, right? I grew up in Mississippi. This is not this is how I speak. This is not how I learned to speak, right? As a Southerner, it's still rough. I'm not sitting here trying to culturally defend the South. I'm just saying, man, if you want them to change, you're making it fucking hard on them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I get that, man. You know, it's like I have trouble. I have seen some realistic portrayals of prison, okay? I mean, I didn't ever get raped in the shower or anything, and I did a little time.
Right.
But
Well, it depends on where you're at. If you were in Leavenworth, man.
Yeah.
If you're
time I
next
see
to Fleece Johnson, the booty warrior. From
every time I
October.
see a prison movie, I'm like, I feel like I've been through it with the people. At the end of it.
Why is that a thing we
I'm
allow? Like they're in cages. You're telling me that what is apparently an essential function of our society to keep people in cages, let's just say that we got to do it sometimes, right? Why are they even allowed to be close enough to each other where that happens nominally so they can be socialized? Like that's let's look at our gains versus our losses here, man. Like at this point, like as much as I am totally anti-surveillance society, I also think hardly anyone we put in jail should actually be in jail. For those people I think should be in jail, buddy, they're wearing a fucking 24-hour body cam, right? That transmits what they're saying. Like there's no reason for all the shit that happens in jail to happen other than they want it that way. So they can make movies about it and scare the shit out of you so you'll do what they fucking say.
I swear to God, I'm not trying to step on your words, but you just reminded me, both of you just reminded me of something. I don't know why I'm getting an echo. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Okay, wait a minute. Some asshole on their motorcycle. I came out here to smoke a cigarette. Anyway,
it's okay.
I was thinking one of the scariest movies I ever saw in the early 80s. Like, I mean, it probably was 84, 85. Even though we had all those horror movies out there at the time, Freddy was really getting big and Jason was getting big. But one of the scariest images I ever saw was some movie based on true story where Christopher Walken is in it and Sean Penn. And he's the father and son, right? And at the end, he's got his father, and he's, the father, Christopher Walken, has raped his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And, he's an asshole. And apparently they were in my area where I lived at the time in Maryland, and they were doing a lot of stealing cars and motorcycles and all kinds of things. And at one point, Crispin Glover's one of the guys. It was Christopher Walken has a group of young guys that help him do all these crimes. And it's like their whole little mafia type thing. And there's one scene where they think Christopher Walken has been squealing. So they're talking to him. They're going, we're just going down here to party. We're just going to have a bunch of drinks, it'll be fun. So he says, just come on, walk out here, man. The water's great. And then he stands there, holds Crispin Glover under the water until he's drowned. The whole time with one hand, the whole time Walken's looking at his son, and he puts his fingers to his lips and goes, shh. As Crispin Glover's the last bubbles are coming. And I was like, that's fucking heavy, man.
Oh, yeah.
It was called At Close Range. At Close Range. And I mean, just, to me, that was worse than any horror movie I could see.
Oh, well, no, that's the thing. And I can explain why on that, too. Horror movies keep you at an elevated state of suspense and engagement the entire time. But things like, say, a gangster movie rely on occasionally engaging in profound violence, but building you up with narrative and suspense and keeping your tension high the rest of the time.
Yeah.
Right? So when it happens, it's so intense because it's sort of like a release.
Right.
It's the culmination of all this stress that you've been feeling during the narrative structure beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, I met Anthony Hopkins when he was doing Hannibal in my town, right? I had a little walk. I had some walk-on part. And then I found out since I've been here that he's been in recovery since 1975, okay? Yeah. Didn't know that at the time, So anyway, now if I had a chance, I'd love to talk to him again because I've listened to some of his speeches at meetings, right? But anyway, he was down there in Richmond, and they're doing the Hannibal movie with Julianne Moore instead of Jodie Foster, and that one kind of bummer. But the point is when he tore the face off the guy from Star Trek, this guy's in everything. I can't remember his name now, but anyway, one of the guards, he tears his face off, okay, character actor, and he puts the face on, and they think it's the cop who's been beaten all to hell, but it's really Hannibal. There's people in there in the audience when I started the theater going, oh my God, and I was just like, that's some pretty good latex effects, right?
Oh, right.
Didn't bother me.
You know what's going on.
But when I watched that scene in Goodfellas, once again, real life type thing. Okay, that in Goodfellas they're playing the song Layla, the piano part of it, Eric Clapton, and it goes da na 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 na, real mellow tune, and they go and do this flyby, a slow mo of all the different people who were starting to go down because shit was getting heavy.
Yep.
So they're killing off everybody who's run their mouth, and they show you in the back of a frozen truck a couple of frozen dudes. They show you in the back seat of a car a guy with an ice pick in his neck.
Yep.
And that was kind of like, I was like, ooh, you know, and it's like,
Well, and that's
and not
because
because it was
that's
heavy.
because one, they like, dude, I'm not a Clapton fan. Okay, Layla's a good piece of music.
All right.
Okay, I mean, objectively, it's a very emotionally intense piece of music, resonated with a ton of people, and it's exactly the type of melancholy that almost is congruent with that violence, but is just a little understated, and it's something people are familiar with. You know the beats of the song. You're not even focused anymore on the sound. You're just watching the video.
Tarantino is a master at that. Tarantino says sometimes he picks the music before he writes the scene.
Yeah.
Okay. I
know
what
so
you're
many
saying.
scenes in my
Dude,
head.
hey, dude, look, one day we should do a thing on Tarantino's association with Boyd Rice.
Who's that?
Oh, a guy named Boyd Rice.
Who is he?
He's an artist. He sort of created noise music. And
Okay.
he gave Tarantino a mixtape that basically inspired Pulp Fiction.
Wow. That's awesome. I didn't know anything about that. But I do have a copy of Reservoir Dogs, which is probably my favorite of his films.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
Same.
And I mean, just for the scene with Buscemi talking about tipping and why he's not going to tip, that made that whole movie for me. But
Dude,
the use
it
of the
feels like he made Reservoir Dogs and Foxy Brown, and everything else he made was a parody of his work. Like, that's how it feels. It
I
really
can see
does.
that. Yeah. Well, he did one movie though that was just a piece of shit.
Oh,
It was
So when you came back,
he made one.
He made what?
He made one movie in between those classics. Okay, he made one movie called Destiny Turns on the Radio, right? And the only scene I can remember in it is a guy sitting in a bar and he goes, "Well, hi there," and it was about a little hotel in Vegas, and I don't even remember. I saw it once when it was new, rented it, I think, and just said, "Man, he wasn't in a game that."
It's going to be hard to believe, but I still haven't seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
That's a great movie.
I've heard it's really good. I'm really interested to see how, like, his take on Manson and everything in that particular era, because I've spent so much time during that. I had sort of hoped that he might tackle the SLA, but I guess he didn't.
I know. I wish, man. But they did make a Patty Hearst movie with Natasha Richardson back in '91. Okay, based on Patty Hearst's biography. That's the book I got her to sign for me that time. And the thing was, so Natasha Richardson, first of all, she was a little too pretty to be Patty. I mean,
Right.
I love her. I think she's hot as shit back then. But anyway, but Natasha Richardson was too pretty. Okay, but it was worthwhile. It was made by Paul Schrader, who made the Cat People in the '80s with Tasha Kennedy,
with Bowie.
Malcolm. Yeah, that Bowie song, "Putting Out the Fire with Gasoline," which Tarantino used in *Inglourious Basterds*, and he did a wonderful job with it. But anyway, so they made this movie, and William Forsythe, okay, is a dude, and I really am sorry to jump off in such a far tangent, but I got to tell you, I'll occasionally find an actor. It gets harder and harder to do, but you'll see a guy in something really early on. And I saw a movie called Extreme Prejudice with Nick Nolte and Powers Booth. Nick Nolte's a sheriff in a Texas border town, and Powers Booth is the drug kingpin who lives over in the Mexico side, right? They were old friends for years, and they kept passing the same girl back and forth. Right? So Michael Ironside, who people call the generic Jack Nicholson, but I think he's fantastic.
Oh no, I love Ironside.
Ever since I saw Scanners, right? But But anyway, so they have this big shootout at the end of this movie. It looks like a Sam Peckinpah film, right?
Yeah.
And it's because Michael Ironside leads an army group like the A-Team, his outfit from the army, supposedly undercover for the DEA. Turns out Michael Ironside just doing it for his own greed. He's going in there to this little town where Nick Nolte is the sheriff so that he can get all these drugs and money by killing, Powers Booth. Well, the point is, they're all
that sounds like the story behind Cocaine Bear.
It might be based on that, but so all of these guys are a lot more proficient in espionage and shit than what they portray. So you've got this William Forsythe guy who I'd never seen, but he goes on to play Flat Top and Dick Tracy. Good stuff, right? Steven Seagal movie. Well, anyway, he's playing a hardcore redneck. So much so that he's in line. He's trying to get himself in trouble so he can go to the jail and he can actually do reconnaissance on what kind of security they have there. Yeah. So he goes up to some girl and he goes, "Hey, baby, as long as I got a face, you always have a place to sit." Okay, so that gets him taken off. So that gets him taken off to jail. As soon as he gets put in a cell, he goes from this, "Yeah, well, fuck you, motherfucker." He pulls open a little radio and goes, "They have 14 guns. They have this, that, and they have this and that, and we can get them from the north side." And I was like, wow. So I really had respect for him. I was hoping he was going to do big stuff. Well, he ended up in this Pat Garrett movie playing one of the other SLA members, right? And they're supposed to be they're hooked up with, trying to help the blacks with the Black Panthers and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And there's one scene where William Forsythe said, "God, I wish I was black." And Ving Rhames plays the head of the SLA, and it was just so funny, man. And
wow, Ving Rhames played Donald DeFreeze.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
that's right.
I've got to see it. I did not realize. Oh my god,
it's hard to find, but I mean, I wanted to get the DVD, but the only one they had on Amazon was
the movie you were talking about before that. What was that called?
Extreme Prejudice.
And
Nick Nolte, Powers Booth.
I need to watch that. I've got a personal association with the phrase "extreme prejudice." Have you ever heard of the Green Beret affair?
No, what's that?
It was a scandal, an army scandal in like 68, 69, and it's where the phrase "terminate with extreme prejudice" entered the lexicon. Right, it was on some orders, and they assassinated a guy who was in their group, basically, who they thought had turned to the Viet Cong.
Well, see, in this movie here, they show it's got a lot of old movie tropes in it, right?
Oh, like no. I got you on that. But what I was going to say, like with the title, right? So, my cousin Michael, who I've been doing some research on, he was a professor at University of Mississippi at the Oxford campus. I knew he was a soldier, but I just thought of him as a guy who played guitar and taught. But he was a Green Beret. He was 82nd Airborne, and during that time period, he was within that particular group. I also found out that he was parts of Project B-57. Before that, he was in Project B-56, which was see if this sounds familiar, right?
B-56, didn't they do Love Shack?
But see if this sounds familiar. Like it sounds like maybe a movie you've heard of. Project B-56 has a bunch of Marines incurring into Laos to train an army of Hmong rebels, about 100,000 strong.
Doesn't sound familiar, but I don't know my military movies that well.
Oh, Martin Sheen?
Oh, Apocalypse Now. Okay.
Dude, once again, it seems like the guy who got permission and an astounding budget and military aircraft and help to film Apocalypse Now knew about some weird shit that didn't get declassified until the fucking 90s.
Oh, you talking about Coppola?
Yeah.
Wow. Now that blows my... Oh,
Coppola,
was that Oliver
Coppola,
Stone?
who also made... Didn't he make The Godfather?
Absolutely.
The defining mafia movie? Like all those
Nicolas Cage is a Coppola.
Yeah, all of that shit that takes place immediately in the aftermath and forward until the 70s, in the aftermath of World War II's Operation Underworld. Like I said, it seems like they've got select people who you can sort of pick out by virtue of them consistently getting access to the military.
Okay, but I'm gonna give you an unpopular opinion. Okay, I prefer Goodfellas to Godfather. Believe it or not.
I think Goodfellas is a more exciting movie.
That's probably what it is.
Godfather is a slow burn with some big hits, but to compare the two, right, is like comparing the last Mad Max to the second Mad Max. And keep in mind, when the second Mad Max came out, it had more cuts in it than I think any other film at that point.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I've seen some of them. Yeah, and I ran the third movie.
And the last Mad Max had twice as many. It's a more visually engaged, in exactly the way dude was talking about in like with Showscan, right? It's a more emotionally engaging thing because you're having to constantly. What it is with every cut, your body has to conceptually reorient your perspective, right? So every time the camera cuts on a tiny little level, it's like somebody just came up and shoved you.
Well, I don't mean to devalue what you're saying, Special.
Yeah.
My only thing, in a real simplistic terms, frankly, I'm not the smartest guy, but I just found Goodfellas to have a little more sense of humor in it, even though it was dark humor, okay? Like when they're digging up the guy and he says, hey, I found an arm, I found a leg, and Joe Pesci says, I found a wing, and they dig the guy, and, they're sitting there eating dinner at 4 a.m, their mom's making them spaghetti, like a good Italian family.
Absolutely.
And meanwhile, they got this guy out in the car, okay, in the trunk, and they stop in and have something to eat first. He goes, yeah, I could eat. Yeah. And they're sitting there joking and everything, knowing this body's out in the car. Yeah. And just, it was dark humor.
Well, and I think one of the reasons that happened is because you've got the maturity of Coppola, right?
Yeah.
But you've got the time between it and audiences have matured. One thing that I've always found significant in terms of audiences and film and TV is that you've got basically the pre and post Dallas era. Before Dallas, the average viewer wasn't considered competent enough to follow more than one storyline at a time. After Dallas, subplot became, or story B became a whole different, like a whole standard, because it was obvious that that's what people wanted because it kept them somehow more engaged. They became more sophisticated at that point. Got me?
You know your shit, because up until then, like you say with Dallas, okay, Gene Roddenberry, who there's a couple of biographies about him out there, and one of them kisses his ass and paints him as a hero and creator of Star Trek, the great bird of the galaxy, and I love Star Trek, okay, believe me, but there is also the other line of thinking, which I've actually heard confirmed, okay, that he was a womanizer, he cheated on his wife. He even fucked a whore, okay? Well, and everybody passed her around, okay? Apparently.
Look, man, but Albert Einstein was a womanizer.
Well, he did drugs, okay?
Like, and I'm not trying to meaningfully compare the two. I guess there's a saying, great men are rarely good men.
Very true.
And that's not me endorsing shitty behavior. What I'm saying is that quite often you'll find that people of deep insight, which I think is often the product of trauma. Oh, well, shit, man, hurt people. So this is one of the reasons I'm very forgiving. Like, Gene Roddenberry can both be a hero and a shitheel, right? Like,
exactly.
Was he a shitheel who tried to do better? Was he a shitheel in one aspect of his life, but was seeking to make the world better in another? Like, people are complex, man. People are complex, and if you ain't killing or crippling folks, man, I'm not out here to try and judge you generally.
Well, he was a cop, okay, in L.A. Then he was a pilot, and he had a couple of crashes even. So, fascinating story, okay, all that, and then he creates Star Trek. He claims it's a wagon train to the stars because Westerns are big. And Lucille Ball, Desilu Studios gave Star Trek a green light, and all that good stuff, okay? But at the same time, he would go around to colleges especially when the big write-in campaign came out and it actually got them to make one more season of Star Trek. Turned out to be their shittiest season, but at least they got it, okay? So it showed the fans had some power. So he was going around, and he would tell anecdotes and all this, and he had a big deal with Harlan Ellison, who wrote that famous episode where they go back to the 30s, and Kirk falls in love with Joan Collins.
Harlan Ellison's a prime example of an astoundingly talented, complete asshole.
Oh, yeah, I met him. Yeah, I went to a lecture of his, and, but he was all right if you're kissing his ass. But, I mean, yeah, he wrote an entire book, okay, and he goes, I know it's not polite to speak ill of the dead, but this guy's a fucking asshole. And he went on to talk and explain all the reasons where Roddenberry had pissed him off because of what he did with that story. Often Roddenberry would take a writer's story and sit down and change it around to his liking, and sometimes they didn't deal with that. He even went as far as to write lyrics for the theme to Star Trek, and he only did that because Alexander Courage, okay, if he did this, he would get co-writing credit, which meant more money. So that's the kind of shasty guy he was. But he did say some profound things when he went on college lectures. He would tell stories of how the censors, when he first wrote Star Trek, would be like, well, we don't want that guy with the pointed ears. He looks too much like a devil. And, the famous story, they even went as far as to airbrush out the pointed ears on some of their promotional stuff. Okay.
That's wild. I didn't know that, but
Yeah. They in '65 they presented a fall schedule pamphlet to networks, to syndicates, and they had a picture of Nimoy, but he looked perfectly normal. They took away the eyebrows even, so it was ridiculous. And they said the alien Mr. Spock will be in this show. But the point is, so Roddenberry went around to college circuits, in the early '70s in conventions, and he would tell you, NBC would give him all these ultimatums. Well, you can't have men and women serving together because we don't want them to think there's a bunch of hanky-panky going on up in space. Okay.
Right.
And then other things they said, oh, it's one of the only shows that got 3 chances to make a pilot. But, most shows get a pilot, and if it doesn't pass, you'll see that pilot late at night on TV somewhere. Yeah. But they gave him 3 chances. And the first one they didn't like because they said, it's too cerebral. We have to assume that our audience is made up of idiots. And I mean, that's the philosophy that the networks had at the time. And they didn't even appreciate the kind of intelligent scientists and teachers that were liking Star Trek. They had no idea.
Well, there's a whole political subtext going on during that era too, man. Like, Cuba goes into revolution in '59. We go into basically I mean, police agencies have red squads, and Desi Arnaz is Cuban.
Right. Interesting. I hadn't even equated that being connected. Well, yeah,
that's because you're not a bigot.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, like this, I'm not a bigot, but I understand how to think like a bigot. Right? I was raised around bigots. Like
sure.
And when I say that, it's like, well, this is part of putting yourself in other shoes in the sense of know thy enemy, right? Well, shit, why are they getting pushback? He's Cuban. And Myers Lansky just started losing money hand over fist out of Cuba.
Oh, don't think I don't understand.
And he's sympathetic to socialism.
I was born in the capital of the Confederacy in Richmond, Virginia. Okay, so I can definitely feel where you're coming from on that. That was all it was, man. General Lee, signs everywhere saying General Lee pissed here, General Lee did this here. I know what you mean, man.
I went to SD Lee High School.
Yeah?
Yeah, dude, he's big Confederate general.
Oh, I know. They want to change the name now of all those airplane bases and bases. And
here's the thing: I don't have a problem with the names being changed at all. It's sort of weird how we do name stuff, right? Like why are all of our attack helicopters named after Native American tribes?
Oh yeah, I never noticed that. Yeah, but you know what? I cut you off to mention the Roddenberry thing because we were in agreement that the audiences or treated like idiots, okay, at the time.
Yeah.
So what I'm curious about is, what were you about to say before I cut you off?
What I was saying was that, but with the Dallas era, you've got Goodfellas after that, and I'm sure at this point Coppola is seeing a change. Like, movies are getting more sophisticated, and when I say more sophisticated, it's like, well, he's not just making a dark movie, dark intense. Maybe like something you learn when you study hypnosis is something that car salesmen call ping-ponging. Right? It's sort of a con man trick where you rapidly put people through a few emotional states. Right?
Wow.
So you bring them up, slam them down, bring them right back up real quick. Well, this is in hypnosis. If I have you in a trance, I sort of have to be doing this all the time. Nobody stays at the same level of a trance. I either need to raise you up a little bit or lower you down a little bit.
See, I can believe the shit
get your sense of equilibrium. Right?
I worked at a car lot, and I used to see those shiesty guys. I mean, there were some great guys, but they would joke like one guy said.
I've known car salesmen.
He said he had a drawer filled with snacks, even some booze, whatever the customer needed. He said, so they don't have to get up and leave that desk. Once I've got them, I'm not letting them go. He said, if they say they're hungry, I got some food right here. And I was like, God damn, you guys are fucking hardcore.
No, because they don't want to. They don't want to lose that sale. They don't want to lose the person in that trance. And the way this relates back to, like I said, me as a musician wanting to understand people's response to art emotionally. You look at Goodfellas, it's yo-yoing you through different emotional states of resonance. Like, laughter is not a thing people make a choice to do.
Really?
You don't choose to laugh. You laugh because it's fucking funny.
Well, not to be a dick, but sometimes, man, I'm not gonna lie, not sometimes, pretty much all the time, I can put on the most hysterical stand-up guy, okay, and I might giggle a couple of times, but I really, unless I'm smoking some weed, I don't laugh my ass off. I can usually I'll love the guy, I'll think he's hilarious, but I don't give outwardly.
It's got to be something that really gets me, and part of that is because I'm hyper vigilant. If a person has no sense of humor, they might read the wiki on humor sometime. It's actually pretty illuminating. But when I say that, what I'm getting at is that, like I said, it's a physiological response. We don't choose, but we can choose not to laugh, right? Like, you've had to make a point not to laugh because it was socially not a time you should laugh. You had to mute that response that you didn't want to have it, you were having it.
Right.
You got me? It's a response to stimulus. So it's automatic, and because laughter is so associated with happiness and joy, even in a bad situation, we can find things to laugh at. This is why people who work in the ER have a morbid sense of humor. Ask my dad. My dad was a nurse for forever and an ambulance driver. He's got a morbid sense of humor. He's also a gentle person who's fucking hilarious.
What about that classic Mary Tyler Moore episode? Okay, one of the classics is she goes to a funeral service for the guy who used to play a clown on a kids show on her fictional station. So they're all there at the funeral, and it's a classic because she starts busting out laughing, and it just is. It's scripted. She's supposed to, but they're just showing how people relate to and I'm like that too. I can find funny shit in the worst places possible. I'll be in an AA meeting and I'll hear somebody say something. I just go, I'll find something hysterical, and I go, you can't laugh here, man.
If you've had to deal with a lot of misery, you'll look for funny. Yeah. You go on the hunt for funny to raise your spirits. And why? Because you don't have a choice for it. But if you can find it funny, your body will have the funny reaction and thus give you the appropriate sort of chemical response, right? This is sort of like I was saying, well, if you have ADD and you don't have access to a stimulant, but you do have access to a video store filled with horror movies, you might find yourself watching horror to the point that you're sensitized to it because it was giving you enough stimulation that the after effect of that stimulation allowed you to focus and get shit done and be more effective and end up happier.
Right.
Like,
I
and
mean,
this is
see,
not
the only
about. This is totally divorced of a biological reaction to the art versus anything about the content, the morals associated with it. It's just like this isn't the American History X example. This is just how the body works.
Right, right. That makes perfect sense, you know, because the only horror movie that I ever saw on my own in the theater and reacted to what the way they wanted you to react was somebody made a movie called Mother's Day, okay, back in 1980, and this old lady had two redneck sons, okay, who pretty much looked like a couple of Jasons or Leatherface or whatever, and they captured some girls on the road. Okay, the old lady got a ride from them. You know, it was a put on. She led the girls into this area. Her sons jump out, kidnap the girls, take them and chain them to a park bench out in the backyard, and every day pretend like they're seducing them, and they're basically just raping them. And the girls are terrified, and they finally try to escape. They go out of a window. They slice their hands because of the rope they're using. Okay, but they get out. All right, but all of them manage to get killed except for one last one. She's crawling through the woods trying to get away. They're following her. She comes to a cop, or at least she comes to his legs, and she crawls guy, and she goes, "Please help me, help me!" And when he gets to the top of him, you see it's one of the redneck sons in a police uniform, right? And I mean, I saw that movie, and you know, basically, I think only one gets away. And I had the adrenaline. I did all the things you're supposed to do. I'm sitting there going, "Oh my god, man!" And it wasn't anything really gross, but it was again.
It was the ideas.
Michelle, do you have babies now? Sorry, Michelle was.
But no, it was the ideas. The ideas got you. Look, I'm going to tell you one of the most horrifying movies I've ever seen in terms of it affecting me like that.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty low budget flick that's sort of well known. It's the original Last House on the Left. And it ain't the fucking effects that bother me.
Yeah.
Like that
How about
movie,
that scene at the end.
Like not just the scene at the end, everything going on there is like, you think the two girls, you don't realize this is a revenge story for the parents that you're going to get to in 30 minutes. Like, you don't even realize the people you think are the protagonists are actually the victims until they are. And everything about that movie is a fucking nightmare. But going back to what I was saying, you were talking about humor. Pay attention to the soundtrack of that movie. It's bizarre. It goes from horror movie soundtrack to damn near ragtime comedy jams. And when it's playing that music, it gets astoundingly silly. It vacillates between silly and the most horrific concepts, I think, committed to film at that time.
Well, let me ask you this.
And that lost Wes Craven all his respect in the academic community.
Well, I had the poster for it, and it said, "To avoid fainting, keep repeating, it's only a movie," which that tagline was used on a lot of movies back then. But anyway, I want to make sure we're talking about the same one, though. There's one that has a really disturbing ending to me, anyway, and a lot of other people, that the killers, if you will, the psychos, whatever, tear somebody apart and rape them or whatever, and then for some reason, in the middle of all that madness, they all kind of look at each other like, "What the fuck are we doing?" Is that the one?
No. This is the one where the two girls go to they go to a concert. They're going to a concert. They try and score some weed and get kidnapped by this fucking insane family of 3 people, right?
Yeah,
and then they get taken back to the neighborhood that happens to be their neighborhood, killed just down the road from their parents. The killers walk down the street to where the parents are. The parents figure it out and then go full revenge on the killers. I think the mom bites one of the dude's dicks off.
Yes, and that is the one where I suppose the psychology there. See, I misremembered it. It's not the killers that are doing what I'm saying. It's the parents, now that they've taken care of all the bad guys, sort of like, and that was a big theme in the 70s. Okay, a big theme in the 70s was, my wife and I joked about this before. The 70s seemed to have a lot of movies that the endings just were. I mean, at least they gave you endings like some movies nowadays don't. But they would be depressing. I mean, like, look, okay, you got Beneath the Planet of the Apes, 1970, right?
Yeah.
It ends with the world blowing up. Okay, it ends with the world blowing up. Then my uncle turned me on to a movie with oh my God, what's his name? From The Godfather. Not Robert De Niro, but Michael. Okay, so they play this young guy and Gene Hackman, right? And they're traveling the country like a couple of winos, they're drifters, okay? And at one point at the end of the movie, God, what is his fucking name? Devil's Advocate, The Godfather.
Yeah, Pacino.
Al Pacino, of course. I'm sorry. So anyway, Pacino and Hackman are traveling the country together, and they're just drifting. And at some point, Pacino calls his wife, who he's on the outs with, and she goes, "Where the fuck are you?" And he goes, "I'm just traveling." And so he goes, "How's our kid?" And she goes, "He's dead." Okay, and hangs up the phone. Well, they show the kid sitting there playing. He's not dead. She just wanted to be a bitch. Well, that causes Pacino to something snaps in his mind, and they happen to be sitting on a park bench in the middle of a playground with kids everywhere playing. And Pacino, Hackman says, "You okay, buddy?" And he says, "Yeah." And he gets out. He doesn't say anything. He goes over, walks over to the kids, and starts playing with them. Seemed cool. But next thing you know, he's got one way above his head. It's like he's going to smash the head down on the cement.
Oh,
okay.
Jesus.
And Hackman notices this and says, whoa. Hey, buddy, come on now. And he gets him, you think he's going to get him to put the kid down or whatever. And the credits start rolling. And you go, okay, that was an hour and a half that I don't know why I just invested. And then you've got A Midnight Cowboy, where, what's his name, goes with Dustin Hoffman, John Voight, and he plays a hustler in New York, okay, that doesn't want to do gay stuff, but he has to.
No, I'm well aware of that movie.
Okay, well, yeah, so they finally get their big dream of heading from New York to Florida, and Dustin Hoffman dies on the bus next to, what's his name? So John Voight. Okay, so all these movies have these bummer endings. So this one, okay, that we're talking about, and I'm pretty sure it's Last House on the Left, that after it's the parents have taken out the bad guys, just like the chick, I Spit on Your Grave, she went back and got them all, including cutting a guy's dick off. Okay,
yeah.
And she ended up getting every one of those guys back. Okay, in different ways. And so in that movie, after they got their revenge, they're all kind of looking at each other as if to say, now we've lowered ourselves to these people, and they leave you with that.
No, they'd either do that or they'd leave you on the open. And you're right, there were a ton of movies in the 70s that sort of had this nihilistic moral outlook as regards to that, as if everything were hopeless. Which, keep in mind, the 70s, everybody's worried about getting nuked, everybody's worried about the Reds, everybody's worried about domestic problems, riots, everybody's worried about Squeaky trying to shoot the president. The assassination nobody talks about, or assassination attempt nobody talks about.
I remember that. Yeah, Gerald Ford.
And during that time period, it seems like there was a lot of media being put out designed to engineer a general sense of hopelessness and strife.
It apparently worked because there wasn't. Look at.
If you're trying to create a modern, fully technological strategy of tension to get people to give up more of their freedoms, by that I mean allow you to create more intelligence agencies that are allowed to surveil people. At the same time, they're making things like the DEA, right? Yeah, it makes sense that you're going to try and make people sad, down, etc. You're going to try and make money off the type of people who normally show up to these types of movies, emotionally traumatize them a little bit, leave them with no sense of closure and feeling bad. They knew this was a thing, and I'll tell you how they knew it was a thing, because of that famous story, The Lady and the Tiger. If you're familiar with it, you know that it ends, well, which did he pick, the lady or the tiger? Apparently, no story had ever gotten response of people outraged that they didn't know how it ended like that. It was a big cultural response, not unlike on one of our earlier shows, we talked about crowd response, and Beatlemania and Listomania, right? Happening at the same time, Beatlemania, right? What did what's the grossest thing you know about the Beatles?
I can't think of anything gross, really.
The grossest thing I know about the Beatles is that the smell most commonly associated with Beatles concerts in the 60s by journalists was the smell of urine, because girls compulsively peed themselves at it. They had a biological response to celebrity that was beyond overwhelming, right? Yeah. Like, this happened with Franz Liszt. He would make towns crazy for 3 days. It was called Listomania. You should look up that wiki. Chopin had an effect like that on people, right? But when they found out, when this same public that was literally pissing themselves, of basically children, found out that John Lennon had gotten married, it kicked off a suicide wave.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think in the middle of a Cold War where there's a focus? I'm sure that the Brits were running their own MK Ultra. So where there's this focus on understanding mind and response and all that they're suddenly like, wait, what's so threatening that art and celebrity can cause people to kill themselves? That's a threat to our national security.
Well, look at this, okay? You've got in the 70s again, you've got in, I think, almost one after another, you have Dustin Hoffman working in the CIA type thing in the Marathon, right? And they're pulling his teeth out with pliers or something at one point, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's Laurence Olivier who's doing it, right? And then you've got 3 Days of the Condor with Robert Redford. He goes to lunch. He comes back to his CIA headquarters, and everybody's been killed in there.
Yep.
And he's trying to figure out why. And then the most disturbing, I suppose, was Gene Hackman does a movie where he plays another CIA guy, okay, or something like that. That's an expert on bugging and wiring and, listening in on people, until at some point they turn on him, just like Burn Notice, right? Yeah. And now he has this reason to believe he becomes ultra paranoid, and he goes nuts, and he ends up, first he's checking his lamps in his house, then he's checking, everywhere else. By the time the movie
I've seen that movie when I was young.
He's pulled his entire apartment apart, down to the bare wood, right? The frame, because he thinks they're bugging him now, because that's what he always did. I mean, all of these movies had these endings that you're like, wow, okay. Well, you come out of the theater, you don't feel good, you don't feel bad, you just feel like, all right.
Well, here's a weird thing. You mentioned Operation Condor, right? Yeah. It's weird that we had a psychic spy program they called Stargate, and around the time that the Project Stargate, and around the time they started closing it down and making it basically private sector, is when the Stargate movie comes out. You'll see these things happen sometimes, especially movies that utilize military equipment and thus have DoD approval. Say what?
Now, we talking Stargate with Kurt Russell?
Yeah, and James Spader.
Yeah. Where they go.
Yeah. Now, this has nothing to do with the movie other than the title. But imagine you knew Google was coming.
Okay.
Right? Like, imagine because you invented the fucking internet, the ARPANET, you knew search engines were a thing. And you knew eventually it was going to be public sector, and people were going to have access to it and put data up there and start trying to cross-correlate it. You might start preemptively jamming the culture.
An episode.
What's that?
Oh, I was saying they actually did an episode specifically about making a TV show to throw people off of Stargate.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, they did.
That's wild.
They had an entire episode dedicated to it.
I knew that was a show, but I haven't watched it.
Later episodes.
No, I never
that was
watched
in SG-1, I think.
Yeah, I never watched. I saw the movie.
Well, dude, sometimes to me with this sort of thing, and once again, I know I sound like a crazy person, but if what I'm saying is making any sense, sometimes it feels like you're catching a bit of this. It's just a bit of them thumbing the nose. But like I said, it seems like maybe if there is some group of people who are operating things on their own terms and writing their own histories, they put them out in art, and if you're in the know, you know what it is.
Well, it seems funny that there's an evolution, apparently, it looks like. Whereas you go from just talking film, you go from all those, the Dustin Hoffman thing and the Al Pacino thing, all these depressing endings. Okay, now I know Scarface had to end like it did because, crime doesn't pay and, that sort of thing. And the original Scarface was I can't
Howard Hughes. Howard, basically the CIA Hughes aircraft Hughes.
Yeah, so I knew that was going to have to, end like it did. But as far as those ones that always had the bleak endings anyway, okay, it just seems to me that by the time you get to the late 80s anyway, and through the 90s, we started to evolve to a different way, and the films lean a different way. Now,
I just realized something. I have this memory sometimes that comes back to me. Everybody's got weird memories of being a kid. My parents had a VCR. My mom worked at a video store in the 80s before she went back to school to be an art teacher. My mom did a lot of things, but so we had a huge video collection, man, and I just loved film. And one thing I noticed at some point in the 80s, you were talking about all these movies that were such downers. I remember being mad being mad as like a 10-year-old, because it seemed like they not only would they not stop putting out comedies, they'd turn Star Trek, one of my favorite movies/TV series at the time, this is before Next Generation, into a comedy with the Whales movie. Like, that was what got me mad about it. I was like, when's the last time they didn't put out a comedy? I don't remember the last time I rented a movie and it wasn't just all comedy trailers. Why the fuck has everybody got to be so damn happy all the time? I'm like 10 being mad about it. Like, I'm not even joking.
Where's all the drama?
Yeah. Well, once again, I had ADD. I was probably looking for something to excite me, not something to make me giggle.
I'm looking for the action, baby.
Yeah, dude, I grew up on G.I. Joe. I wasn't watching Care Bears.
Financially and statistically, that Star Trek 4 is considered the most popular. You would think it'd be Khan, okay? That's popular with the fans. But as far as general audiences, that movie is the most popular Trek movie of the whole series.
Because it's got jokes, man. Like,
and
double dumbass on you?
And you don't have to be a Star
funny.
Trek
In context of that whole thing, that's funny.
Yeah.
Like
or when he says he did too much LDS.
That's right.
And she asks them, do you guys like Italian? And they both go, yes, no. So then they change up and they go, no, yes.
and see, that's the thing. What, like, that whole era, they put comedy in damn everything. Everything became not unlike you said with Goodfellas. Like, post-Dallas especially, they were like, well, can we put comedy beats in it?
Yeah.
Well, I think that it may be a response to the cultural movement that had happened beforehand that didn't just seek to address the cultural ennui of America, but to make it fucking worse. Like, make it so much worse. And then the 80s was like, and now what are we doing? Oh, shit, buddy. All the slasher movies, because we can do them direct to video now. Like, for everyone in the theater, there's 3 more on tape.
Okay, but I'm older now, so for me the problem is, okay, and this is not a knock on anybody who's the age group, because to be honest with you, I can't tell you, except for baby boomers. I know why they're around and how they came to be, but everybody coming back from World War II, and got busy. Okay, I get it. Okay, I always thought for the longest time that I fit in that one, but I don't, because I was born in '66. Okay, but there is one of those groups for me. Okay, and there's a group for you, and then you got Generation X and Generation this and Generation that. So whatever it is, the nowadays group. Okay, like my daughter's 25, and her boyfriend, fiance is like 25 as well. Okay, and it just seems to me, and you could never tell them this. Okay, I've tried. Okay, they'll sit down and they'll watch any of those house invasion movies and everything, and we all enjoy them. But I've suggested to them before, you really ought to go back and, if you don't want to watch the black and white, Boris Karloff Frankenstein, why don't you go over to the Hammer movies? They're in great color. No, they're just too old, man. They're, I showed the kids The Exorcist. Okay, they thought it was kind of long and a slow burn.
Yeah,
right? And I mean, I didn't want them to throw up or anything, but I would have liked to have seen them. But just like me,
it's basically, Guy. They've been raised on media universally that's fat. Like, universally, they were normalized to the slowest thing that they were seeing when they were kids being as fast as the Road Warrior. long scenes that build emotional tension based on you having a mild understanding of what the characters are doing is not the type of thing that they've been exposed to. Like currently I try and watch TV. It's mostly gross as shit if it's not trying to be clever. And when I say gross as shit, it's because it's so heavy on the exposition, it assumes I'm an idiot.
Well, yeah, and that goes back to what Roddenberry said, that they definitely consider you an idiot back in the 60s. But no, I was going to complain, okay, and I don't even, you guys are going to have to tell me what I'm complaining about, okay? But what it is that I know, there's something inherently giving me, flags, okay? Red flags are coming up, but I can't put my finger on it. But I've heard it described as now everything seems to be designed with ADHD in mind, are people with the attention span of a goldfish, okay? And so they're taking all these, I mean, I don't mean to sound like an old man, really, when that ain't the music like I used to listen to, but I mean, when it comes
That's
to
the long prog rock.
Yeah, about to say, put on that, yes. But
no, but I mean, the construction of films now, okay? I mean, the obvious thing is this, which bugs the shit out of me. They'll take a movie like most recently, Black Christmas, okay? A movie that was done in the 70s with Margot Kidder and some other people, and, had some real scares in it because it was done at the same time as Last House on the Left and stuff like that. So they redid it now, okay? Changed some of the locales, changed around some of the actors, some of the characters, and made it PG-13. Okay, and every remake they're doing now, I don't care if it's hardcore, the movie Maniac from the 70s, or I Spit on Your Grave. They even did an I Spit on Your Grave now, and I watched some of them just to see how they did.
We're back to nearly 20 years ago when they were doing the same thing with only PG-13, and I'm starting to suspect that they've decided to do it cyclically because I believe that functionally we live on a gigantic human farm run by other humans, and that they view us like we do animals. And I think that when you're talking about that they view us like a farmer who farms animals, and functionally they're like, oh yeah, well, we're going to give them a drought of serious topics with engagement that would catch an R rating, so that when we bring it back, they're going to eat it up and nom 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 nom. Right? I mean, PG-13's only existed for 35 years? Like, it went from PG to R, and some of the shit you can catch in an old school PG or even PG-13 movie might even catch you in R today. Yeah. Like, we've become a lot more moralistic in some ways.
Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was the first PG-13 listed movie. Okay? Now, the thing is, I know this much for myself. You can watch the same thing, and I've said it on here before. You can watch the Dawn of the Dead, which was rated NC-17 when it was new in 79 or 78, and The Walking Dead shows the exact same fucking effects on Sunday night on AMC. Yep. And it's considered PG-13.
Well, part of the difference, right, is that modern media has done its best to completely divorce itself from any display of sexuality. It's out there, right? But by statistic, it's down from 1.97% to 1.41%, which does not seem like much, but that's out of total films that display it. And we're talking thousands upon thousands of films across multiple genres, right? There's a trend to display as little sexuality as possible, which is understandable for people who are trying to parent, also ridiculous from a production standpoint because sexuality and sex are the most human engaged things there are. But in the current zeitgeist where everyone's trauma has taken center stage, a lot of it terrifyingly related to sexual trauma, the response has been, don't talk about it anymore. Don't even you don't want anyone even mentioning it. Not associated with us and our millions of dollars. So we're not going to do that. Now how are you going to get an R unless that's in there? So that's what it is. Sexuality basically is what's going to catch you that R. Otherwise, you can be as gory as you want because they normalize society to an astounding amount of violence. Right? Like it really is. What was breathtaking in 1979 is Tuesday night reruns in 2021.
Well, yeah, exactly. In 1979, you had The Howling, okay, with Dee Wallace and this other lady and all these, people, and the werewolf movie, okay, the doctor from Voyager, Star Trek. Anyway, they had the image, which I thought was hot as hell at the time, was this lady in a leather dress. She removes the dress, she's standing there full frontal nudity, and she turns into a werewolf. Okay, and these guys start bumping uglies, and they both turn into a werewolf, a couple, while they're screwing. Okay, and that was an R-rated movie, of course, but
Right.
There was 4 or 5, and I won't bore you with all of them, but the one in particular I mentioned the other day, that Chevy Chase Modern Problems movie. Okay, it was rated PG. Okay,
Yeah.
and that had full frontal nudity in it. Okay, not a lot.
Well,
but
look, there was a weird thing going on in the 80s, and I've talked about this with my friends before. I was a big consumer of Mad Magazine in the 80s when I was between 3 and 12. It was a big part of where my humor came from. My dad had a bunch of old Mad magazines, and I would get them at the comic shops, right? So a lot of my cultural knowledge came from Mad making fun of it all throughout the decades, right? But in the 80s, Mad Magazine that you could buy at the bottom shelf on your grocery store in the backwoods of Mississippi, much less anywhere else, when parodying any film, which they often would, that had sexuality, let's say like Basic Instinct or something, right? Mm-hmm. They're drawing absolutely naked, full frontal human beings, full dicks and everything.
Wow. I don't recall, because, I didn't read it. By the time I wasn't reading,
I'll tell you what. Why don't you see if you can find some back issues on eBay? I might try and do the same, or just while you're looking around of stuff that happens to feature them parodying a movie like, say, any of those fucking psychosexual thrillers from the 80s.
Fatal Attraction.
Yeah, Yeah, anything that's going to have 3 or 4 big deal sex scenes in an era before they functionally legalized pornography.
Hey, since you mentioned that, I promise, guys, let me do
talking,
this
man.
a little longer. I'm having fun as shit, and I'm sorry. I know I always ramble, but there you go. You pointed it out. So if you want to look at it like a historian, so you got your 70s movies full of depressing subjects. You got your 80s movies that have a little sex in them. For a PG movie, they're showing sex every which way.
Oh, dude, do you remember Repossessed? Repossessed got a PG-13, and it's got full frontal nudity. It's got full nudity. Like, tits are out in a scene. It's a gag.
Well, and Airplane, okay, that movie is PG. Everybody loved it, okay? And there's one scene where one of the ladies on board, they start freaking out, and she runs toward the camera, just a big set of tits.
Yeah.
Okay? Right up to the camera, okay, when everybody's panicking because they're going to crash, and it said, assume crash positions, and everybody starts hanging over the top of the seat looking like they crashed it. But anyway, the movie, you can watch that movie, and every time you watch it, you'll catch something you missed the last time. I mean, I did that for the first 10 times I saw it, okay? But anyway, and you've got Mel Brooks doing his thing, okay, like History of the World and all these movies, but they had these really, in the 80s, raunchy comedies, which probably wouldn't be
Porky's inspired. You might as well call it the Porky's genre.
Yeah.
And they used to show them on late night TV, like USA Up All Night with Gilbert Gottfried.
I know. Yeah, and they'd hack them up, though, But
I mean, like, that's the hacked up version. Just to, and they're putting these out. And this is the thing. Most of these movies, this is something we don't really talk about, are the last remnants of the East Coast film scene. Basically, that Troma is like, I think, the last representative of. Like, there were a ton of East Coast, let's read that mafia funded film projects.
Yeah.
And
John Waters.
Yeah, and a lot of the times, like, the people who were in these types of films were also involved in the pornography industry in an era where pornography was still only quasi-legal and outright illegal in a lot of jurisdictions.
Waters, like a
Oh, dude!
It also goes into the process. You got money.
Well, that's
he
because
does.
John.
Like-
John, look, I'm sure some of y'all love John Waters. I've never met the guy, and I like his art.
Yeah.
But John Waters is probably the nicest scumbag you're ever going to meet. And don't think. Oh, you're fine. Don't think even for a minute that if you're that level of scumbag who runs in the circle of scumbags like that he's not the type of person who's just going to not even worry about other people's abusive scumbag behavior.
Well, I met him once doing a Q&A at one of his movies. I think it was Serial Mom or something, or Crybaby, whatever. But he was a really super nice guy. Okay, and I'm sure he has his quirks like everybody else. But I mean, those movies that you're talking about. Okay, the East Coast. There was another guy here, Herschel Gordon Lewis. Okay, and he really could be counted as the original splatter movie guy. They used to call them splatter movies in my day. And the horror movies like your Halloweens and all these things. He made like
Blood Feast. Wasn't he the Blood Feast guy?
Blood Feast. Yeah. Okay, and he used a lot of Playboy Playmates.
Yep.
And I mean, when you saw him they put a guy in a barrel with all these nails in the barrel and then send him down the side of a hill. So by the time he got to the bottom, the guy's just full of holes, right? And these rednecks are doing this to all these Yankees, okay? He did most of his films around the Florida area where he ended up dying years later, and he was in Florida. So I never got to meet him, but I seen all his movies at the midnight shows, okay? And they would have, and I ran some of them, and he would have the scenes where they'd cut a chick's leg off, and you could clearly see the blood looked like ketchup, and the leg looked like it was from a mannequin. Okay, but at least it was the attempt at making horror, and I'm sure there was people out there who aren't as into it as I am, so they would buy all this stuff. It looked good to them, and people enjoyed it. I just watched it because I was like fascinated by the Ed Wood type of thing. I was starting to appreciate the humor
because you have that level of clinical detachment. Basically, associated with film. Like, look, here's the thing. People who love film, I've found, they like two types of film. People who are real film heads like two types of film, right? They like whatever it is that they like and they're obsessed with, and they like garbage trash movies because they're so bad, it finally lets them turn off the critical part of their brain.
Yeah. No, I could definitely believe that. Siskel and Ebert, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Gene Siskel actually wrote. Roger Ebert. I'm sorry. Roger Ebert wrote this Valley of the Dolls movie. Okay, which is just a bunch of women with huge tits. Okay, and I can't remember Russ Meyer. That's his name, the director. Yep. And he wrote
Faster Pussycat, Kill.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Roger Ebert would take a movie that seems just like his, he hates them, okay, when he reviews them, and I was shocked. But what I was going to get at a few back, how we got Generation X and Generation this, Generation that, I don't know, but there seems to be somewhere starting in the very, very late 90s, or probably more like 2000. Okay. And I don't know about 9/11 being involved. They claim that's involved in everything. Okay. And I'd said it on here before to you that when that happened, 9/11 happened, we had 2 or 3 reality shows like Survivor and shit. And they said now that everybody had this big dose of reality with 9/11, those things were probably going to go away because now people really need and want to escape and more fantasy type of things. Right. Well, I don't know. Something went wrong because we've ended up with 30 times the reality shows now, and I've really never been a big fan.
No, you can't beat reality shows, and when I say that, I mean from a production standpoint of cheapness.
Yeah,
you'll hear us talk about the industrial production technique sometimes, which I have a little trouble pinning down. Oh God, how do I put this? Jake and I know what it is because as musicians we recognize it, but articulating it is becoming surprisingly hard. I've found. But in this case, I think reality TV is a prime example because, one, we all know it's not real, right? Even if the people there were acting wild, we know that they shoot the equivalent of the whole damn show's B-roll, and then they just piece together shots that may not even be from the same week to create a narrative.
I do everything much
it was whole,
an industrial way. I'm always ways to.
and
That's like the main goal.
Well, Hulk Hogan had a show, okay,
Yep.
and Hulk Hogan's reality show with his family. It was like he was talking to Howard Stern about it, and he said, "Well, yeah, on a Wednesday night, they'll tell me I'm walking in, and I'm supposed to discover that my laundry hasn't been washed yet, but it's in the washer, but nobody's turned it on, and I'm supposed to bitch about that."
Yeah.
And that was the whole plot for that, okay? And so I knew it was all scripted bullshit. But what I really keep trying to complain about, but I keep dragging myself off in a distance, was so because of the generation we have, and kids now get Ritalin when they need it, and even if they don't need it, and everybody's got to have it all wrapped up in a nice little package, okay? It just seems like the films now, even when they do remakes of them, okay, like that, everybody loves that Road Warrior with Tom Hardy, right?
Yeah.
I maybe it's just me, but I enjoyed the kind of mysteriousness that, oh, there's some movie coming over from Australia with this guy named Mel Gibson in it, it seems
Right.
interesting, and they're showing some stuff I've never seen before. Guys are strapped to trucks, and one guy's in a bondage outfit, and this is wild. And in the first Mad Max, they actually dubbed in his his voice because they figured, as Americans, because again they assume we're idiots, that we couldn't understand the Australian.
They made him recut all of that slang, and then they made, I think, they replaced the voice of one of the other actors. I'm a big Mad Max mark, man.
Okay. Well, so my complaint is,
yeah,
you get to the one nowadays. Okay, and I'm sorry, now I go look for it on because I was a projectionist for the third one with Tina Turner.
Yeah.
Okay, and I watched that so many times.
The best one. The best. I'm going to throw it out there. Thunderdome's the best.
It is the best one.
We can argue about why other ones are close, but it's just the best. Sorry. Anyway, you were a projectionist at that point.
Well, Master Blaster, yeah. No, he's just a raggedy man. But I ran that one, and the only thing I'd look forward to after a while was when they get to the songs. I love that song Tina Turner does. So you go on the internet now, you go on YouTube, you want to hear that song. They've taken the video and recut it with Tina Turner, but now Tom Hardy's in all the pieces that were showing Mel Gibson before. So I said, okay, I was a little.
That's wild.
If you go on there right now and look up "We Don't Need Another Hero," you will play hell trying to find. It'll say the official video, okay, and the official video is Tina Turner wearing her Auntie Entity outfit, and she's standing.
I know what this is. This is Blizzard of Oz.
Yeah.
And then it was. It's got a bunch of clips from the movie.
No, this is Blizzard of Oz. Tina Turner and co. do not want to give Mel Gibson any money because of Mel Gibson being Mel Gibson, right? Well, on Blizzard of Oz, when they put out the remaster, Sharon had a new bass player and drummer come in and re-record everything, so they didn't have to give as much money to the original bass player and guitar and drummer.
You mean for that song?
Well, no, for the entire record, for the entire Ozzy Osbourne record, Blizzard of Oz.
Yeah, for all of it.
For the whole record, man. Mm-hmm. So in this case, for that song, right, Tina Turner doesn't want to give Mel Gibson any more money, so just fucking get rid of him in the video and use deepfake or whatever to splice that in and catch a check from them as a cross promotion because when that came out, they got an uptick in people watching, streaming, and listening to that song.
Well, I would agree with you, except for the fact that up until that movie was released now, okay, a couple years ago, up until then, you could, and I often did, you could go on YouTube and find a bunch of copies of the song the way it was, with the editing the way it was, okay, with Mel Gibson and all the scenes, okay, and the guy playing the sax, okay, big muscular dude,
yeah,
okay, and now he's still there, but every scene they show from the movie is showing the new movie.
Because those scenes, right, were based on an agreement with that production company. So if they cut out all the old scenes and put in scenes from the new movie, they don't have to pay anyone associated with the other movie. And
Okay.
it's a different production company. It's George Miller is the director on the fourth one, but it's a different production company that put it together.
Yeah.
Right?
See, I believe you on that. I know you're 100% on that. Only because not to say I wouldn't have believed you otherwise, but because I also have experienced this when it came to, well, we know that Heavy Metal the cartoon had a big legal problem with all the different bands on the soundtrack.
Dude, it took so long to get that out. Like to get that re-released, and I loved that shit growing up. I was so excited when it came out.
Are the Batman TV show from the 60s, okay? They had to work it out because 20th Century Fox made the show, but Warner Brothers owns the character, Warner Communications, and they finally worked the shit out. It only took them like 15 years, and now we can finally get toys based on it and, whatever. But the thing that really bugged me was these little things that I didn't even know they did until I looked into it and watched a couple of documentary guys talking about it, and that was like the movie Nighthawks with Sylvester Stallone and Billy D. Williams, kind of like Stallone was trying to do his Serpico thing, right? And he plays this cop in New York, and they're after a terrorist named Wolfgar, played by Rodger Hauer, okay? And Ilea from Star Trek, the bald chick, she plays his girlfriend. So he comes to New York, he gets some plastic surgery, so he looks like a blonde Rodger Hauer, and apparently he didn't look like that before. And so they don't know exactly what he's going to look like. They can only assume, So they end up at a disco, Billy D and Stallone, and they say, hey, could that be him? And they look over at this blonde guy, and, so the way they figure it out is they yell his name, and he's walking away, but the dummy turns around, just like Harrison Ford in The Fugitive, and that proves it's him. Okay, so that being said,
Stallone's not afraid to rob.
Well, yeah.
Like Stallone's not afraid to rob. Yeah. Like, do you know the story about Stallone and RoboCop?
No, but I mean, this movie came out well before The Fugitive. I'm just saying the test that like Tommy Lee Jones yells, what's his name, Dr. Richard Kimball. Yeah, he said Kimball, and Harrison Ford's going down a flight of stairs. And he actually turns around and looks up at him and reacts, right? I always kept that in the back of my mind. If I ever did something fucked up, if they tried to yell my name, I just keep walking and ignore it. Right?
That goes back to that whole controlling laughter and learning self-control. Exactly what you're talking about. Not only that, you preemptively have made a plan based on observing a film that allows you to enact a behavior that's designed to protect you. Yep.
I told myself I wouldn't be that stupid. He's under a assumed name. Meanwhile, they got him to lower his guard because he answered to his name. Well, anyway, they did this with the Stallone movie, and he's ripping off Serpico, and it's got a great twist ending and all that shit. But the point is, when they're in the disco, in the movie at the theaters, okay, was the song playing "Brown Sugar" by the Stones. Yeah. Okay. Well, when they actually made, put it on video, the Stones song had to come out, and instead they filled it in with some stock library disco shit, right? Mm-hmm. And it was, and you know what? I didn't even notice that I noticed that till it wasn't there. I've seen the movie a bunch of times at the theater, and now I'm watching it on a VHS, and I'm like, something wrong. That song doesn't sound like Brown Sugar, and it wasn't. And it's a rights thing, I understand now.
Dude, you just explained also utilizing the same mechanism that allows you to pick out the back of a poster. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you could do a puzzle upside down.
Oh, I've done that before.
Shit.
Yeah, it was easier, actually. It was actually easier because I could see the pieces. And
because you weren't being visually and consciously jammed by attempting to work on and expend calories recognizing patterns that would get in the way, and instead you looked for the other pattern, which was the edges, the important pattern.
Well, I've done this shit a million times on Facebook. They'll always have somebody puts a meme about, most people can't read this. And the reason that the words most people can't read this are made out of threes and eyes and just weird shit. But it's so abstract. But somehow the words jump out, or at least to me, and they say everybody can't do it. And I'm like, I don't have any problem. But
another
somehow
one, you can take words in a sentence, right? Like write out a paragraph. and then in every word, keep the first and last letter the same, but jumble up randomly all the middle letters, and you'll be able to read it.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah,
like
they did that at school when I was going to school too.
I never had any problems with that. But yeah, I was really shocked to find out, that it's a rights thing, because I heard these guys talking about, they just happened to mention Nighthawks on my Cinema Snob guy on YouTube, and he did, he does old movies, new movies, whatever, and they were talking about Nighthawks, and I said, oh, I'm glad somebody else noticed that. They fucking yanked the song. But they did that in Fast Times at Ridgemont High when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
They also did it in, oh my God, it was a TV series came out from the 70s called WKRP in Cincinnati. And it was about this acid radio station. And Dr. Johnny Fever, on any episode, he's supposed to be, they couldn't even refer to it back then, but we all know he's supposed to be the pothead guy, right?
Right.
And he always comes in with sunglasses on, he's got a hangover, and he comes in and he puts on an album, and then he'll turn it down. And they'll usually use songs that were big at the time. So they're playing Pat Benatar, and they're saying they're playing "Hell Is for Children," and you have the guy Howard Hessman as Johnny Fever. He's got the microphone in front of him, and the song actually goes dun 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 dun, and he's got his hand doing the time to it, dun dun dun, and then he puts his hand across.
Here's why things end up in rights hell from that era. Is because, like, Beavis and Butthead is a prime example.
Yeah.
Some things were made without the intention of them ever being put out again. Like, loads of movies throughout history were never intended for video. They were intended to run for 6 weeks and double their budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff was made with this idea of, well, we've got the rights to use this in this particular way for broadcast. Fucking, let's make Beavis and Butthead, and we're not going to worry about it in the future because there's no... What does it matter if people want it? We'll figure it out then.
But with the Beavis and Butthead, okay, not to devalue
you. Well, that's just a very extreme example of what's going on. But in the past, like I said...
But the Beavis and Butthead doesn't really, in my opinion, okay, not sounding like an asshole, but that doesn't really affect so much. But what I'm trying to get across verbally, instead of, you can't see what I'm doing, but when the guy finishes the Pat Benatar song by dun, 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 and he runs his hand across his neck like that, and he's in time with it, but they had to take that song out, and it actually ruined a comedy bit, a small comedy bit, because it's not the same song anymore.
No. Okay? Like it's based around the song that they at the time that was made. People weren't nearly as severe about rights enforcement across multimedia. You got me? But as those things change and properties get bought and sold in a way that nobody was expecting, like of the 80s deregulation that allowed that to happen, nobody expected that. They assumed it was going to be with them for forever, right? So you end up in a weird situation like the Batman situation, where it's owned by two companies who are at odds, and they're willing to fuck each other versus one of them make more money than the other.
Well, they worked it out, thank God. But but
the thing I would say with Beavis and Butthead, right, is that ruins a joke in that movie, right? It ruins a moment. But the extrapolation of what happens when you allow this to be normalized is that the fundamental basis of the idea of a show of cultural critique, call it what you will, of Beavis and Butthead is now something you can't even do. And I think that's a weird form of censorship, man. Like, it's a corporate form of censorship that ensures that I can't write a realistic story that takes place in the real world with things that happen in the real world because the names are copywritten. Or the lyrics that would inspire a person are copywritten. And I can't use them in my story.
I'm sorry, Special. Can you extrapolate upon that a little bit? I don't quite follow you. You can't write a story.
Let's say that I had an amazing story, right? And it was predicated around somebody gaining deep insight of a very popular current song, right? And that not only that, the time to put out this story for it to have the most artistic impact is right now, right? But I can't do that because I can't get the rights to use the words to the song, which means If that story is a
Yeah.
cultural commentary, I can't tell that story. It's meaningless, despite me not even ever wanting to know about this song, right? It's like not being able to use advertisements in films. I can't go down the street and film billboards, but I'm subjected to them every day. Yet I can't express that in a story and narrative through film because I can't afford to. And even if, even it's not even just a money issue. Sometimes there's going to be so many, like walking down a street, there's so many cross-conflated copyrights, there's no way you'd ever get the rights.
Yeah.
This is why at a protest, I can play fucking copyright music, or the cops can play copyright music and get your videos pulled.
Well, see, I even found that out on Facebook. I was going down the road one time, and I guess it's because they mentioned Lon Chaney, but my all-time favorite song, man, is Werewolves of London. Right?
Yeah, Warren Zevon.
And it came on the radio one day, and I simply made a video, because I'm always making videos for Facebook, and I was saying, well, I know it's going to be a good day now, because here's my favorite song. And then I turned it up, and I was doing the howling along with him, like, ooh, and I got a flag, and they pulled my video because of copyright infringement.
You can buy it, you can enjoy it, you can talk about it, but you can't utilize it in a meaningful sense or display you enjoying it because you might reflect badly on their corporate image, the copyright holder.
Yeah.
Even though they've spent millions of dollars to functionally manipulate you and culture through marketing techniques to want that song and get it stuck in your head.
Just because I might make a video where I'm punching an infant, let's say, while that song's playing, right?
Sure. Or maybe because you say something of a political stripe they don't want to be associated in a world where boycotts become instantaneous.
Well, that's funny you should say that, because that was an example, and that really did happen. But somehow, eventually, okay, I'll tell you one other one, but they eventually, months later, I wasn't even thinking about it, and they gave it back to me. And they said, we've reviewed this, and you're okay.
Yeah,
okay.
well...
But then I got busted on Facebook, guys, because I make this. I wish you'd go over to my Facebook page. It's under John Branch, and there's a picture of an ape for my profile picture. You'll love it. And I got pictures of my models and shit. Well, one time I always put birthdays of celebrities if they mean something to me. So every day of the year, I all you do is go look for celebrity birthdays for that day, and you can find a bunch. So if it's somebody like Lon Chaney or whoever, okay, and I'll post them. So when somebody passes away that I'm interested in, I'll also put it. Rip, Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah.
So one time this lady died, an actor named Diane Thorne. Okay, and she was in these softcore porn movies called The Ilsas, right?
I'm well aware of Ilsa She-Wolf of the SS.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, that was the poster that I put for her obituary, right? And I put Rip Diane Thorne. And then there's that poster where she's got her hands on her hips and she's wearing a Nazi uniform.
Did they give you like a 30-day over it?
No, they actually just took it down and said it's not appropriate. So I wrote an appeal. I said, excuse me, that's not about Nazis. That's an actress who passed away who happened to play a Nazi. And they must have read it because they put it back. They gave it back to me.
I'm glad they did that for you. For me, they gave me a 30-day ban for posting a photo of a page from the Washington Times from like 89 that referred to bin Laden as a freedom fighter. And they told me that I was encouraging terrorism.
True story. Yeah, he was not encouraging.
Well, they thought I was a neo-Nazi, apparently.
Yeah, dude, I've been banned longer on Facebook this year than I haven't. I've had 4 30-day bans.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Going back though, I mean, because again, I drag myself way up, and I come back, but I can complain to you guys now about the generation X, generation Y, and it just seems like, again, I mentioned it to the kids, but they are part of the problem, so I don't mention it too much. I don't want to piss them off, but it's the quality of the entertainment that the people my kids' age now. And I'm not just saying, movies aren't like they used to be. They used to actually have good music back in the day. I'm just saying the pacing, okay? There's decent movies. I like those Planet of the Apes movies they've done lately with all the computerized apes and Caesar and all that. Okay, those I said it on here before. I would have never given those ape movies a chance because of the way Marky Mark pissed me off in 2001. I still haven't forgiven that motherfucker for that Tim Burton nightmare. Okay, and like my friend Dana Gould says, okay, that movie is like 1,000 little 9/11s. Okay, it was one of the worst. The only good thing about that movie was Rick Baker's makeup, okay? But I can't sit through that piece of shit just for that makeup. I'd rather look at photographs. Meanwhile, out comes this new ape movie, okay? The Rise of and the War of and all that stuff. And if it hadn't been for my girls wanting to go see that Final Destination shit, and I said, well, I don't feel like driving all the way home. I'll go into the theater and just, I didn't have to pay.
Yeah,
so I
yeah,
just walked in and
us.
sat down. And it was probably like 15 minutes into it already. And I came out of there going, my God, man, I had a fucking Woody over those apes. I said, this is incredible. And they made the little references to the original movies. I mean, right down to they used the chemical name for the drug in the movie was called something something.
Well, after
186.
fucking up so hard with Marky Mark, like they had to engage in a bunch of fan service. Also, like it's not just your generation. Jake's generation grew up watching those movies on TV, man.
Yeah.
Like, so they really, really like them, too.
In syndication, I saw all the classic sci-fi. All of it.
Yeah.
Like, and I love all of it. Planet of the Apes. I mean, again, like, one of my first sexual dreams ever is I'm Dr. Zayas top half, human bottom half, naked, poking on the cave woman.
But no, you were talking about, hold on, let me take this, because I've got some thoughts on this whole, like, not enough attention span.
Special guest is grabbing it down. I've got to run down.
I just want to give you
We'll be winding
my
her
two.
down.
Yep.
There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, like, in terms of attention span, we live in an era with smartphones and gadgets and Game Boys and all that have become very cheap. You think those kids have ever had to read a shampoo bottle while taking a shit?
Exactly.
They were never acclimated to spend 40 minutes being really fucking bored.
Yeah, no.
Like when you don't know like 40 minutes of total isolation, basically, from technology or anything, and not even a fucking book, just 40 minutes of waiting would probably put them in a state of extreme anxious arousal. Like in terms of they'd be very anxious, they'd be sort of excitable yet frustrated. Like that would be their response, because they would feel caged because they have never had to spend that much fucking time, and definitely not more than a couple times if they have, doing nothing and just fucking thinking with no input.
Well, I went to see Iron Man, okay, 2008, all right? Loved it, okay? I was a fan of him before it was ever a fucking movie, okay? So and the trouble is, anybody hears you say how much you like something like that, oh yeah, because you just like the movies, right? And I was like, no, I was into this guy in the 70s, okay? Even though he was like a B tier, okay?
Yeah.
He wasn't the main tier of Marvel, but anyway, but now he is. So they do the Avengers finally. After doing all those individual films, they come together, they do the Avengers, okay? And I went to see it. It was great, but it was like, it raped my eyes. You know what I mean? I got a headache, literally, from just the amount of shit. I didn't even see it in 3D. Yeah. I saw it in a regular form, and it was just so hyperactive with the, just like Iron Man 3. You had about 60 Iron Man armors flying around.
I enjoy maybe 4 Marvel movies. And this goes back to something that you brought up earlier with Transformers. I read an article a few years back. I've read a couple articles on Michael Bay that I thought were interesting. One is the idea that he's not making films, he's making postmodern films, which is why they're often composited with scenes from other films that he adds effects on top of. But the other is that people have almost amnesia relating to the Transformers films because they are cut so fast and force you to reorient so often. The camera's always cutting, so much action, always cutting, that it's that it puts you to where you can't reorient. You're sort of in a state of shell shock, and
Right.
And thus you can't orient well enough to form decent memories, which is why when you talk to people about those movies, sometimes they'll conflate two of them, and it's a very common occurrence. And it's because they don't stick in the mind because they cut too fast for most people.
Oh yeah, the only thing that sticks out in my mind besides Megan Fox was, and this wasn't even until like 3 or 4 down the row, but there was Marky Mark's name in it was Cade Yeager, right? And me and my son make fun of that. It's like in a Mystery Science Theater, they spent 10 minutes naming all these names for Hercules or something. Like they called him Rock Slackjaw, Dick Tight Nut, and so I throw in Cade Yeager because it's just as corny, okay? And I couldn't get past he's Cade Yeager. Who names their kid Cade Yeager? But anyway, okay, whatever. And I went to see the one where Marky Mark's got the plants that are making people kill themselves, okay? That was kind of fun. All right, everybody's jumping off of buildings because of the plants are making them do it, okay? It was one of those M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong movies, right? And but I don't like him either, okay? And I don't like the Dean Devlin or whatever, the guy who made the Independence Day and whatever. But it wasn't so bad in the 90s, okay? And it's not just me getting older. It's just the way it really is, okay? I know I'm not just venting.
I said, well, most of that was filmed on film. Like, it wasn't digital. When they go to film now, they get infinite tape, which means infinite takes. Right? They can just cut it. They can do every fight scene or every scene like a really bad Steven Seagal fight scene. And if that hyper fast style of MTV editing is what some people have been doing for 20 years now, and part of it is because of digital editing. Almost all those movies, even if cut fast, were filmed on 35 millimeter. Like, that's expensive. They have to they're gonna do some relatively long shots that hold your attention, which is gonna increase your immersion. The color was a lot better, too. We suffered through the hell of early digital TVs that couldn't display red's worth of shit. And I say that as somebody who's basically red colorblind. Right? And everything being blue and green.
You mentioned that, and again, I listen to some podcasts strictly about film, okay? Yeah. And these guys, we hate movies, all right? They'll tear apart like Nicolas Cage's wigs in a movie or shit like that. They made fun of the bees getting put over his head in the Wicker Man remake, and which is fun to watch just because they're fun. They're you can knock them on a Saturday, and they call them good hangover movies. When you're recovering on Sunday morning, you can pop that on. It's not too heavy, But anyway, for a period of time, and maybe still, I'm not sure. It seems like for some reason a particular generation of filmmakers always want to use turquoise and orange throughout their films. Okay, turquoise and orange.
Yes.
And I didn't notice it until it was pointed out to me by these guys. And I started noticing all the films my kids are watching, like those Final Destinations and shit. It was like, they're all turquoise, and it's like they run them through this saturation.
They do because it looks best. It's not for film. It looks best on screens from 5 to 10 years ago. Like, modern screens look so much better. They did that because they go with oranges because the reds would almost distort anything around them and always appear just representative. And they would use the turquoise, blue, green because they were going for a cool look to normalize make everything look like that movie, The Ring. Right? Yeah. Because it looked good and sharp for post theater sales, and that's what they were worried about.
DC is notorious, okay, for like that Justice League or that Superman versus Batman. They all have this dreary fucking gray and blue look to it. Yeah. Okay.
Zack Snyder's
he totally he's got everything hyper saturated within his color realm.
Hey, while we're out in the reeds, John, I gotta put a pin in it.
It's
some
time.
backy. Gotta round down this show, but I say we come back first. We're open. Pop back in as
it works for me.
With no we'll talk about whatever we want. Sorry, I realize I have a noise gate going on. Headphones. You might not have heard that, but we're gonna round down now. So just real quick in conclusion, special guest. Top of the show, we talked about.
Yeah, Leonard Kille. what all happened to Leonard Kille, the films and artworks relate. Obviously, it seems related to Leonard Kille that were happening during the time period he was. The Edwin Land and who worked with Leonard Kille and the Scientific Engineering Institute, cutting open Vietnamese prisoner of war heads to try to roboticize them. We pretty much covered all of that.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you guys more about Douglas Trumbull too. First chance we get.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, dude, well, I bet
him.
you know more about him than me, because last night was me doing a bunch of power research on him. Because, guys, I've been studying Leonard Kille since about 2008, and I'd never put together all of the Hollywood associations other than just knowing The Terminal Man existed as a book until about 8 o'clock last night.
I can tell you some shit about Trumbull all the way back to the late 60s and his involvement with 2001 and his involvement with Star Trek The Motion Picture.
Yeah.
And put that with what you already said, and it makes a lot more sense now. Because I didn't know that part.
Yeah,
so you
exactly,
filled me
right?
up.
Dude, no, well,
exactly, right?
Dude, hey, if you've got technical specialists in lenses, you've got the guys who can photograph what you need to spy, even in spy plane. And those people are going to be involved in the art world that makes lens research financially viable.
Damn straight.
Well, I gotta say this, guys. You saw that movie probably that Ben Affleck won an award for directing about
Argo.
Yeah, Argo, fuck yourself, right? And how he was working with John Chambers, the guy who did the Planet of the Apes makeup, because the government helped, in a true story, helped him, or he helped them by making it look like they were doing a movie so they could get the hostages out, right? And he really did that shit.
Yeah, no, that's based on a true story.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if that's possible, you know some of the Trumbull stuff is possible, and he got fired from Star Trek, and we can go into that. I'd like to.
Yeah.
We will. We will.
We'll get into it. I'm just gonna hop downtown real quick. I'll probably be in Discord
we'll be back shortly
while I do it too. I'm just gonna take the tram, be right back, and we'll pop something up. I kind of want to get special guests to play a little guitar tonight.
I can't.
Oh yeah.
If he's down to play some guitar. Well, it's only hell yeah. We got plenty of time then.
So we got
plenty of time. All right. Well, yeah, we'll kick over to
the guitar. I'll sing.
Oh yeah, right on. Yeah. See, well, we got some music to work on, and I kind of want to tool around with a new little setup I have, and maybe we'll just build a song this evening.
Oh, sounds good. All right. I'll be your Jim Morrison.
All right. Well, we'll be back, gang. I'm gonna pop out of here, but probably be back in Discord.
All right. See you later, guys.
And all of you out there in YouTube. Tattered Map, thank you so much for the double episode. Tuning in. If you enjoy what you've seen, this will be in a playlist with every other episode. Typically it's like an hour, 2-hour program, but I wanted to go hammer with it tonight. You guys have a good one. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe.